What's up, everybody? Welcome in. How's it going? 4-star Yelp review and oh chic. What's up, gamers? Yeah, how are you guys doing? I need to put some eye drops on. My eyes are burning. Yeah, we're gonna be working more alert in today. We're gonna dive into the deep sea zone. There's a bunch of fish in there that I think would be pretty cool to add in. So, like we mentioned last stream. Yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna take to add in that zone. It's gonna be a little weird. I have to like do some funny tiles this time around. So, we'll see what happens. But yeah. Eye drop time. All right. That's better. I'm a little tired today. Got up at I got up at 2 a.m. again. But we'll try. I'll stay strong. My schedule's been so absolutely terrible. Okay. Let's jump into it. I do have some cool things to show off that I messed with recently. Now you might notice this weird little rectangle underneath his icon here on the decoration panel. You might think to yourself, what is that? What is this doing here? Right? It's interesting. Why would I put a weird rectangle behind this sprite? Well, I'll show you guys why. There's something I've been wanting to add for a long time, but I just couldn't figure out a good way to do it. So I buckled down and I figured it out. So now all of these upgrade panels and icons and stuff in these panels has a shadow. So if you look inside your inventory, absolutely insane. All the fish have a shadow underneath them now. It's not a super crazy, insane, flashy effect, but it really does help with sprite readability, because now like the outlines of some of these sprites don't blend into the background anymore. Because I know that was like an issue some people had, where they couldn't tell where the sprite actually began and ended. So, but yeah, now we have that set up. It seems like it works pretty well. I do all this sort of procedurally, right? I don't like go through and manually draw on a shadow for every single sprite, because that would take me 10 billion years. So I actually use a shader for all of this. I'll show the shader off in a second. But it seems like it's all working. And then same with a lot of these other spots in the Fishpedia here. Shows a shadow there. And then also inside of the shop, the upgrades and stuff in here. Same with the decorations too. It shows the shadow behind. Same if you go into the tank and here, it shows it here. So yeah, I think it's just nice. It makes these icons pop out a lot more. It's easier to tell what's going on with the outlines and stuff, so yeah, also we have a little timer down here. It just shows how long the algae is until like it's active again. So since this is dirty right now, it's just red and shows 0. But if I clean this tank, then we'll see that get reset back to the default time. It used to be 30 minutes, but I actually decreased it to 15. Because now we have ways to deal with it. So now you can see it shows 15 minutes until it becomes dirty again. It's just nice because then you can kind of like gauge how your algae upgrades and fish and stuff are like what they're actually doing. So I also made it so the sponge now actually cleans your tank, because you know they're a filter feeder. I imagine a sponge would clean stuff. I don't have the research right now, but I've been making lots of little tweaks and stuff just for readability around here. Like I made these lines in the research and ascension turn black instead of just gray for when they're locked. And I think it's a much better contrast of knowing what's available. Because it's like, okay, these are next in line, so it's a pure white line. It's like, oh yeah, that's super obvious. And then these are like, okay, these are locked. I need to do these ones first. Just more contrast. Yeah, everything's going pretty good though. I've written down pretty much all these changes here. I don't think I missed anything. As far as I know. So, before we get into everything, I'd like to go through and do the little filter sprite up here when you buy the filter upgrades. So we'll probably do that super quick. But then, yeah, we can start in the deep sea zone. It's going to be kind of an interesting one because you're going to be in like underwater, I imagine, and like fishing through like a moon pool, I think is the idea I want to go with. We could just have it where you're at, you know, a duplicate of the ocean scene where you're on a boat and you're just fishing in the water, but it's freaking boring, guys. Nobody wants that. So, moon pool is cool. So you'll actually be underwater. Now, we are kind of breaking the laws of physics here, because if there was a moon pool underwater, the water would like super compress the air inside of the building because of how pressurized the water is, right? So it wouldn't really technically work. You'd have to have a super high air pressure inside for the water to stay at like a reasonable height. So yeah, it just wouldn't really work. But I don't know. It's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Moon pools are pretty cool though. I guess like moon pools instead of boats are actually a pretty normal thing. A lot of them have big moon pools. So maybe technically it's not 100% scientifically accurate, but it's cool though, you know? It's kind of epic. Have a moon pool. You know? I think that's kind of sick. Be quiet. Droid's resolution. Yeah, I mean, it's either we go that route where we have the moon pool or we do just from the surface. It's more the surface, guys. I mean, what do you guys think? Any preferences on things? I think the moon pool would probably be cooler, but I don't know how sensitive people are to scientific accuracy. I don't know. I think it's just a fun, like, visual change from the regular ocean area. So. Because I have to have, like, water that you can cast into. I was thinking about doing, like, a submarine or something, but thinking about that more, it's like, well, I don't really know how that would, like, work. So. Now, the only thing with doing a moon pool is actually then weather will not work in that region. Which is kind of interesting. So I'll have to set up a little bit more code so that there can't be weather. We'll just like do some regular weather type or, you know, underwater weather type, just so there's no like, there's nothing happening, right? So I think that's what we'll do. Alrighty. Let's get this stuff moving. So next thing, take menu. We're gonna go into world. Got a sprite. Call this filter. And then we're gonna add in a little sprite here. I don't know how big it's gonna be. We're just gonna set up in the corner. I might add in some particles to make it look like the water's coming down or something. We'll see. So how big is this? This is like maybe 32. Let's just go ahead and create a temporary sprite, see what it looks like. Call it a tank filter. Let's go try that. Tank filter. So this is what it's at with 32 pixels, which seems pretty good. And then I'll probably make it a slight bit wider, have the little tube that comes down. I don't want it to be like too big and distracting, so probably be about right. And this is going to be a pretty basic sprite, honestly. So let's resize the canvas. Go to 48 wide and 48 tall, or maybe even 64 tall. Aye, aye, aye. Try that again. All right. So we'll do this. This will be a little bit lower. I love opacity. This will kind of go down here. Hey, Josh, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? You're not really going to see anything up there, so I'm not worried about making it look good or anything. I might do like a couple little like, usually these like filters have this like little like, I don't know how to describe it. This little like notch in the filter here. So I'll probably throw that in. Let's do that. Let's actually go maybe like that. Maybe have this transition out. Sure. And the actual tube that goes down will be something like this. Alright, so let's go see what this looks like. Where was it? Filter. Oh my god, stop. Alright, so this is what we're working with. So you're just going to see it up in the corner like that. It's not going to be anything too insane. We're going to put it below a lot of these things, so... Let's see, below waterline. But above background and substrate. Color rect. That doesn't matter. Alright. And then these things always have a little thing over here. We'll round it off. Going good. Good to hear. 3 consecutive streams. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Build this outline up a little bit. Alrighty. Then usually they have these like, this is like the section, like the intake or whatever, where the water's actually coming through. Something like this. I might do this. And probably go like, maybe, or what I'll probably do is replace these with black. Yeah, like that. I don't want to curve this around too much. Otherwise, the perspective could start looking a little odd. Alrighty. Give it a shadow here. And that's pretty much it. Doesn't have to be anything super fancy. I might give it like a little bit of a highlight here, just to kind of indicate that it's a cylinder. Maybe move that out. Just do something like that. Let's see what it looks like. I think that'll get the job done. Alrighty. Yeah, thank you for the 3 consecutive streams. Very epic. Let's see, Lupercal Rising on YouTube. Welcome in. Any advice on starting a first game on Godot? You've probably heard the very common advice, which is start with a very small game. And I do think that's very good advice. I would not tackle anything super big, just because you don't have the experience yet with something like that if it's your first game. So I would pick something like a genre that's pretty easy to tackle. Honestly, incremental games are pretty easy to do. You could do possibly something like turn-based, or, you know, anything like that that's very, like, controlled, I think would be good. I wouldn't recommend doing, like, a sandbox or anything, because I think there's, like, too many possibilities with that kind of genre starting out. It's too easy to start scope creeping really bad. So, yeah, pick a genre that seems like it'd be pretty straightforward to program and do. And probably the main thing I would say. Make that first game easy for yourself. So Brian, welcome in. CG Dealers, welcome in. Fellow Game Dev here, very cool. Show we were working on? Yeah, we'll go over all that stuff. I'm just adding in this little sprite here for this filter. This is from my game Lured In, which came out on the 17th. It's a tycoon game where you run your own aquarium. You travel out to different fishing regions and catch fish and then bring them back. Put them up on display in your tanks. So we're working on an upgrade right now where you can buy filtration for your tanks to kind of stop like the algae growth from happening. And so this sprite is just going to sit up in the corner over here. But yeah, that's what it's all about. And I'm probably just going to do this as a filter sprite. Maybe. Actually, this has references to everything, so I'll probably just do it in here. I guess in the sub viewport, yeah. Because we have a reference to our UI node. So we know what our tank ID is. Okay. Well, it's not quite the same thing, is it? Okay, I think what I'll do instead here is get a... in our viewport, get a reference to this node. Filter sprite. It's equal to this. And then now, inside of our tank menu, we're just going to go say on update, which is when it does a bunch of things in here. We're going to go ahead and say viewport. What did I call it? I call it like sub viewport. Filter sprite.visible is equal to global.get tank upgrade level of ally upgrade stronger filter is greater than 0. That should be it. Oh yeah, I also have to pass in tank ID. So let's go see if this works. It might not, who knows. That's sweet, thank you, thank you. What are you using for drawing the sprites? I'm using Krita, so I've enjoyed Krita so far. It's been pretty solid. It's nice because it's very multi-purpose, you know? With Krita, I can like do pixel art stuff, or I could go sort of swap over to doing regular drawing stuff, non-pixel art. I just feel like it's a very versatile program. Plus, it's, you know, all the stuff. It's open source. It's free. There's a lot of positives. All right, so there it is. It shows the filter in the corner. So yeah, that seems to work pretty well. There's nothing really else I have to do here. I did to check and see what it's going to look like with the large tank. So that'll be interesting to see. Let's clear out all this gunk. Come on. Alright. And so it's slightly more visible over in there. I think I'm going to shift it off to the left just a little bit. It might be too much on this tank. Yeah. It's tricky. I got to pick a value that's not too insane. So that looks pretty good there. Might even raise it up a tiny bit more. Go to -50. I don't want it to be too distracting. It's just kind of a little indicator of like that you have a filter in your tank, so I think that should probably be fine. And then I want to add in some particles there, kind of like the filter's running. So I'll go ahead and do that. I've always wanted to do a fishing game, but I'm scared of all the art I'll have to do. That is unfortunately sort of a requirement for making a fishing game, is drawing fish, right? So it's tricky, but yeah. I have seen some games though that kind of do that concept without like drawing stuff a bunch. There's like black hole fishing, I think is one. And with this game, it's like there are assets and stuff for the fish, but they're pretty basic. I think a lot of these are just like using the exact same sprite and just using some like code to procedurally generate them. So you could always go like this route with a fishing game, you know, kind of just create like a generic style and just replace the colors and stuff. But yeah, art is always difficult. How long did I spend making the game? I spent about 7 months working on Learn-In. A couple of those months I was really spending a lot of time on other projects simultaneously, so I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like 100% just 7 months of Learn-In, but around 7 months-ish. It's not too bad. I've been following your shorts for a while now. Are you happy with the game sales? Yeah, I think it's gone pretty well. We've, I think, almost sold 12,000 copies now, which is pretty insane. So, and it's only been about 9 days since launch. So I would say that that's pretty solid because we've still got the entire rest of the year. And I mean, there's really no limit. I mean, yeah, it'll keep making money for the foreseeable future, which is nice. It's always something so nice about having a game on Steam is like, it's not just this one and done thing. Like it becomes a permanent passive income source. I don't think it's not probably going to be making me very much money in the background, but still, it's not insignificant though. Upgrade your sponge. Yeah. I genuinely love how annoying it is starting out, yeah. Yeah, I wanted it to kind of have that progression of like starting kind of like manual and difficult and then being able to upgrade them. I think that's always a good part about incremental games, is feeling that like progression of things getting easier. So we're kind of doing that with a lot of things now. Like with the filtration stuff, it's kind of the same thing where like it's the next sort of layer on top of cleaning. You can also just decrease the amount of times you have to clean in general. So yeah, we've been adding in a lot of different ascensions. I think I'll have these go down just slightly slow. Then for the emission shape, this is going to be a rectangle. Somewhere right around there. So this is just going to kind of simulate like the water splashing down from the filter into the tank. Maybe even lower that a little bit. I think the scale on this is too big, so probably set maximum scale maybe to 0.5. Right. I'll have it come from up higher a little bit. Let's do like 20 gravity. And then for color, we'll probably have this fade out over time. Right, something sort of like this. And maybe that initial color will be not pure white. We could do sort of like a light blue. Like that. Boom. And do the same with this color over here too. Instead of it going to transparent white, transparent blue. So, I think that works. Doesn't have to be too crazy. Just a little tiny effect in the corner to kind of showcase that. I might even go with a darker blue color, like maybe this instead. And what we could do actually is do like one little sliver in this color ramp where it's white for a minute. You know, it's like maybe right here when it hits or something, that's when it turns white. Color ramps let you do some pretty interesting things. I don't really like how that looks though, so we're gonna get rid of it, but I think that'll work. So let's go see what this looks like in game again. Thank you for the cheese time. What's up, Nick? Welcome in. Yo, just Jane, thank you so much for the raid. It's crazy, 70 people in here. Welcome in, how's it going? Yeah, a bunch of people. How's everybody doing? Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. What were we up to today on your stream? Just sort of getting started here. We're getting this little filter up in the corner there in your tank. So after you buy this filter upgrade, I'm gonna set some more random angles on that, and then the scale, I think I will kind of randomize it between those two. I think we're at a good spot there. Just wanted to look like there's some actual movement in the filter. Sorry, need a raid run. No worries at all. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, to all the new people in here, welcome in. We're working on Lured In today. We launched Lured In on the 17th, so right now we're working toward the 1.1. This is an incremental fishing game. You travel to different regions and catch fish, bring them back to your building and put them on display in your tanks, and make a bunch of money and buy upgrades and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, we just added in this new Ascension. This lets you buy a filter here and slow down the rate of your tank getting dirty. When your tank does get dirty, it gets covered in algae and you have to clean it off with your sponge, so this is kind of a way to like delay that longer. Just for later in the game. You don't want to mess with that as much. Let's see how fast this ramps up now. I'm gonna do some big like price balancing on a lot of this stuff. That seems to be still not very effective, so I think I'm gonna make that upgrade quite a bit cheaper. Because it ramps up pretty fast right now. Let's like maybe do like 3 cost scaling, or maybe even 2. Cost scaling is like how much it multiplies with each upgrade, so at cost scaling of 2, every successive upgrade, it's twice as expensive. So basically exponential. James working on the server for an upcoming PokerBot tournament. Oh, yeah. It's pretty awesome. Very cool. Let's see how expensive this is now. Yeah, that's much more reasonable. Once you get up to like $1 billion, I think for upgrade, that's sort of like where I imagine most people would cap out. So I don't want to go too far beyond that. And that's pretty good because that goes from 15 minutes to over an hour. And if you pair that up too with the, you know, algae eating fish too. Let's go unlock saltwater really quick. Because, you know, I pop like 2 sponges in there and that's, you're set for a while. Sponge. Right, because that already brings it up to almost double, so. It is like, the filtration is more of an aid. It's not supposed to be a complete replacement for the algae modifiers on fish, so. Just sort of to make things easier. Yeah, so let's see if I missed anything else up in here. Let's see if tank 1 X75 or Tank 2 X50. What is... Not sure exactly what you mean by that. My plan was to use shaders to make the same sprite look different. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think I get what you mean. That is a route that a lot of people take with games when they can't really program. You know, you look at a game like, for example, Node, or did I say program? When you can't really draw, I meant. But like Nodebuster, when you really look at this game, it's just squares, you know? So you can make really cool looking games by just utilizing a lot of shaders and effects. You don't have to be super great at drawing, really. Yeah, this is literally just squares and like super basic sprites, you know? Like this stuff is super easy to draw. But yeah, I feel like it's definitely possible. You just have to look around, I think, at other games that take this approach. The kind of shader focus approach. Because there's really two kinds, like, there's games that focus really heavily on the assets themselves. So like this game, for example, has a lot of very detailed assets. And I would say Lured In is also kind of a part of that group too, where there's a lot of fancy sprites and stuff. So, but yeah, you can also take this route, right? Shader focus. Let's see, add PvP. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that, but there have been general complaints about the game being too short. Would you prefer to fix that before releasing it, or is its current state more sensible? I mean, it would have been nice to be able to add more things before launch, but it's always like, with launching your game, eventually you've just got to do it, you know? I could spend forever working on things and sprinkling in a couple more little bits, you know, and I could do that forever. But then we're looking at months and months more of development time. So at a certain point, you've just got to be like, all right, you know what? Let's just release the game. And we got to call it eventually, you know? That's fine. That's just how it goes sometimes. But yeah. And we're gonna go back through and hopefully add in a bunch of new stuff, so the hope is that it'll be enough to make it feel like it's warranted, the price. Also, yeah, Saiku, welcome in. I was just saying, hey, before we got raided. Just bought a rod. I'm gonna go fishing Tuesday. Let's go. Very epic. Get like a tackle box and bait and all the stuff you need, or also Kinsey, welcome in. Clean the ocean. Okay. So yeah, that upgrade's working. That means that ascension is pretty much completely done. I think it'd be fun for people to kind of like camouflage their filter, because this is a thing that you do in real life with your tanks, is like you have to have this equipment in there, filtration and heaters and stuff like that. So it's kind of fun to like put things in front of them and figure out like, okay, how can I make it look like it's not there? So I don't really see that as being like a huge downside. I think it's kind of intentional in a way. Yeah, how am I doing? It's going pretty good. A little tired, but you know, what's new? Yeah, I got a low one fishing using someone else's rod last week. Got 26 perch. That's crazy. Awesome. Oh, when adding sound effects to your game, do you make a bunch of audio stream players for each sound? Usually that's what I do. It depends on the kind of sound that's being played. So for some sounds, I use like multiple variations of a similar sound. So like, let's say a footstep sound, right? So I don't have like 10 different audio players for 10 different footstep variations. There's actually this built-in sound type. So if we added an audio stream player in here, it's called a random audio stream player right here, or audio stream randomizer. So you can just add multiple streams directly in here, and then every time you play the sound, it'll just pick a random one in here. So it's pretty nice. I definitely recommend taking advantage of this. I didn't know this existed when I first started using Godot, and then I would like put down multiple audio players, and it was stupid. But this is pretty nice. So yeah, it depends. In cases like this, I'll just use the randomizer. But usually if it's like a completely different kind of sound, then I will use a new audio stream player. So, because most of the time you want sounds to be playing on top of each other. So I don't want it to be like, I have to cut off another sound early to play another one. There's just no point. One sardine. I have one. Did I change the cleaning? I did a while ago make it or for like 1.0 so that the or even before 1.0, but just so that it like layers up the cleaning, and now there's sponge upgrades. So that was in 4 point something, one of the earlier alpha tests, like maybe a month ago or something like that, I think. I can't remember exactly when I made that change, but yeah. Yeah, Super Ferrer woke up from a nap a bit ago. And a nap sounds pretty nice right now. I wish that I could get caught up on some sleep tomorrow, but I've got a bunch of appointments and stuff. I got an orthodontist appointment, and it never ends. So, hey, Old Paper Astro, welcome in. You know what's good? It's going good. We just added in this little filter sprite up here. Yeah. I think that Ascension's good to go now. I want to dive into the new deep sea ocean area today, because I think that would really help kind of, I want a little bit more content for people to chew on. And then also the other big thing too is making the Trillionaire achievements kind of feasible, right? It's so crazy how many people were conflicted on that. For anyone that doesn't know what was going on with that, there was an achievement in the game called Trillionaire, and you need to get $1 trillion, but $1 trillion is a lot of money. So I decided to temporarily remove it, and a lot of people were not happy about that. But, oh well. I think overall it's for the better. I mean, it's going to come back in the next update, so I don't know why people are so angry about it. It's not a big deal. Taco, welcome in. Just Jane Raid, yeah, it's epic. Hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So yeah, we've done a whole bunch of things in here. We did this now, we're not going to do the employee for that. So some of the other ones I want to do is probably an auto feeder, so it's going to be a very similar gizmo as the filter, but instead of cleaning your tank or decreasing the algae, it automatically feeds your tank. So I will probably add that in. Yeah, and these are all just a bunch of different Ascension ideas in here. This one I think would be really nice for speeding up the early game after an Ascension. We were talking about it in more detail before, but it's sort of like determine the chance of a fish surviving an Ascension. So the earlier fish, like from the pond and stuff, would have a very high chance of surviving. So you could stack up a bunch of really early game fish because they're early game, so it's not like it significantly puts you ahead. And then as the fish get more rare and stuff, then that the rates drop. So by the time you're getting to like ocean fish and stuff, it's a very low chance that you get to keep one of your fish from the ocean. So that's kind of the idea behind that. But yeah. Yeah, of course, adding deep sea creatures sounds so cool. Yeah, I think it'll be really fun. There's a lot of different creature species I've written down over here. Whatever those are. Where did I keep those? Somewhere. Oh, I thought it was right down here. Yeah, deep sea. barrel eye fish, anglerfish, blobfish, goblin shark, jellyfish, tripod fish, spider crab. There's a lot of so many different guys to do. And like jellyfish and stuff is like one that we could introduce too with that. Yeah, lots of ideas. How's your fish logic? Do they migrate, or is the fish spawning just random? Do you mean within like these tanks, like their movement code, or like with the actual like catching of fish in here? Like for what fish species that you get from an area? Because if that's what you're talking about, I don't do any migration systems or anything. I decided not to get that crazy in depth with things. Also, I feel like that would be kind of a problematic system, because it would make it really hard to actually fill out your Fishpedia, because the positions of these fish would be changing all the time. So that, I think, would just be kind of a frustrating mechanic, I feel like. So yeah, I don't do any migration stuff or anything like that. These fish always stay in the same region. Eventually, I want to add in a bait system. So like each fish will have like a preferred bait type assigned to them. So like, let's say you really want to catch this last fish you have locked in your Fishpedia. You can be like, oh, he likes this kind of bait. So you can go use that bait in the ocean and make it a lot easier to get that specific fish. So I think it'll be cool. Yeah. And especially as we keep adding more and more fish, that's going to become important. Because if you have like 20 fish in the pond or something, it's going to be so hard to like catch one of these, especially these rare fish, right? Because not only are they rare, this one variant is competing against all the other rare variants of fish, right? So it's really like, I could see how it would start to get very frustrating filling out the Fishpedia without bait in the future. So that's sort of why I want to do that. Is the candy crab, hermit crab. But yeah. Yeah, our ascension tree is way bigger now, so hopefully that'll be appreciated. So far we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ascensions. So yeah, 6 new things to play with. And a lot of these are more than just an ascension too, which is always good. Like the filtration, for example, is also an upgrade path, and same with the Broomba and stuff. So it kind of expands out not just the ascension tree, but also your upgrades and stuff in here, which I think is really nice. You know, your upgrades down in here, stronger filters. Oh, what's the description for the Broomba? Right here. Adds a Broomba that will travel around and collect donations for you. So I'm going to go through all of these and add them into the translation table. So, but yeah. Yo, what's up, Ace? Welcome in. How's it going? Kind of have a little bit of a headache right now. I think it's because it's 100 degrees today, probably. We went outside to go shopping, and it was 105, and I'm like, oh my god. It's kind of insane because you just can't stand out in the sun. It's very bad. Roomba powered by Fish GPT-5. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and get started on the new zone. New zones are always kind of a lot of work, but I think I have enough ideas going around for it. I think it would be worth it. I was looking at the alert in OST on Steam. You should change the image to have the hook go through the O. Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's easy for me to change that because now, I think it's already set up to be that one I did, like, on Spotify and stuff. So we'll see. Actually, I think I did mess with that originally. I was trying to make it look good going through the hook, or going through the O. But it just kind of ended up looking weird. Yeah, I do remember I was doing that. I was like, I wanted to like intertwine through things, but it was just, I don't know. I couldn't get it to work quite right. Yeah, my brother put it up on Spotify through DistroKid, I think. Yeah, it came out like right when the game launched, I think. It was the same day. Are you not dead? Oh, American degrees. Yeah, I am. Use the Imperial system. I don't know if it's actually out on YouTube. Funny enough, though, I did see someone re-upload all the Lurden soundtrack stuff. I think if you search Lurden OST right here, it has a playlist of all the audio tracks, which is kind of funny. But it's up to my brother if he wants to do anything about this stuff. This is the complete one, so it has all of the songs in one. But then he also uploaded all of the individual ones too. I do find it pretty funny that they threw in the art and put it through like an AI filter. It looks really bad. I don't know why they did that. But they just made all this stuff look super messy and ugly. Like, I don't even know what the point of it was. But, oh well. And it like did some weird stuff to the shading. It just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, they did that. Yeah, this got all the tracks. But I don't know. We might upload the OST just straight to the YouTube channel. I don't know. Horizon. This is one I used for the trailer. This one's kind of a banger. Can you make the Roomba sound be part of the music of the game? Oh yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know exactly what my brother's plans are for new music and stuff. Because if we do decide to make new music, we'll probably do like another album launch, sort of like how Minecraft has like, you know, album alpha and beta and stuff like that. So we'll have to think about that. Have I shown Zach just lured in, or the OST stuff, or what? Oh, yeah, I forgot I turned off the music. Oh, this video? Oh no, I haven't. I haven't shown Zach. I mean, this was only a couple days ago, but it is really wacky. I drew this art, or is that what you were implying? Or did you think that Zach drew the art? Ah, okay. Nah, it's all good. I drew it, so that's why I was confused. But yeah. And look at the goldfish. It's not even, it's like deformed. It's like a monster. Epic. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate it. That was kind of fun. I just drew it on stream. Me and Graham have talked about going back and like updating it so it kind of showcases the aquariums part of the game a bit more. But it's just like, I don't know if I really want to tackle that. I've already got so much stuff I want to do with V1.1 and things like that. The water looks like a sky, like up here. I mean, that's fair. I didn't spend too long messing around with stuff to make it look perfect. Also, this image kind of modified things a bit. It splits. Oh, right here. The idea with this art is it's kind of like, I guess I imagine it as like you're inside of a fish tank. So there's like a line up near the top. So like this is the surface of the tank water and this is like the glass at the edge of the tank. But I don't want to rush or anything, just thinking is the deep sea going to be like the ocean but darker visually? So this is the thing, I don't think I want to just make it ocean but dark. Like, I definitely could see going that route, but I think it's boring and lame. So instead, what I think would be more interesting is a completely new kind of zone. So I don't want it to just be an ocean reskin. I think we're going to do a moon pool. So you're actually going to be like down in the ocean. Like you're going to be down in the deep ocean inside of a little building. And you're going to have a moon pool that you can fish into, right? And now I was saying earlier in the stream, technically a moon pool would not work in the deep ocean. Because the water pressure is so high, what would happen is like you'd have to have super high pressurized air. So it's not scientifically accurate, but I don't care. I still think it's kind of epic and cool. But yeah, you'd be in like a kind of a building like this or something, and you're casting into this little moon pool here. I just wanted to kind of like add something in like that was actually different. I don't just want to do ocean again because it's just not cool. I want to make sure with Lured In that every single zone we add in is like actually visually different. And I think so far we've achieved that. Like one of the big things, like the pond doesn't have any trees and it's got the reeds and stuff, and then you've got like the lake, right, which is a completely different vibe because it's got pine trees. And then the river's got different trees again. It's got like aspen trees or birch trees, whatever. So I always want there to be like a distinct visual identifier. But yeah. Stardew Valley did that too. Oh, did they? Where when you fish deep in the water, it's out of a moon pool? I didn't even know. Well, that's fine. I'll still do it. What's the in-game researchers for if not weird, wacky, fun stuff? Exactly, yeah. Possible. With science, anything is possible. Maybe you could like explore that building too. Oh yeah, that'd be insane. I have seen that a lot, that people have requested, like the ability to walk around. It's very funny too. I've seen people like leave negative reviews because they're like, I can't walk around the aquarium, so why would I even get this game? But like, it's not that kind of game. It's an incremental game. You don't really usually ever walk around in incremental games like that, or idle games, really. Should explore the building. Oh, I already read that, sorry. But it still could be maybe kind of neat one day. Maybe in a lighter form. I don't know if it would necessarily be like you actually press WASD on your keyboard and walk around, but like it would be kind of epic if you could like go tell your like kind of point and click, and like there's a little object in the building or something, and your player goes over and does something. So it's possible. I'm not completely opposed to something like that one day, but only if it actually makes sense. It is kind of like scope creep, totally. So, and I mean, it's hard to scope creep once the game is already out, but you know what I mean. So please tell me, are you going to make the research icon a moon pool for the deep ocean? Yeah, definitely. I actually need to change the icon for the coral reef zone. I accidentally left it as the ocean icon. That was a mistake. Some people probably thought that was intentional because it's another ocean region, but that was by accident. I left it in and I didn't realize, and I'm like, oh. But it kind of works because it is still an ocean, so it doesn't really matter. But I want to update that icon, and yeah, we'll do a moon pool icon, the deep sea zone. Can we possess the people? You can throw them around and send them to the Shadow Realm. All the old Tycoon games don't have walking? Yeah, no, none of those really do. Yeah, I can't really think of any Tycoon games that do have that. It's just not a thing. Yeah, right-click to walk in. Yeah. You should add it, but... Oh, you and I. I messed up. No. We can refund your points if you want. You can do that, Oshik. Should add it, but only be able to walk in the small area. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. Just rage baiting. Still learning. I just recently found out you can use a tile node to place scenes. Yeah, they added that really recently. Now inside of tile sets, you can like draw in scenes. Yeah, which is really cool. So yeah, I think that's probably out of all the things in Godot, I would say the tile set editing is probably in need of the most reworking and improvement. It's serviceable right now, but just compared to everything else in Godot, it feels a little janky. So I really hope they fix that. And also the auto tiling performance also really sucks in the tile set node. They need to make it more optimized. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go to the regions table. Let's go copy the ocean. All right. Throw it in at the end. Deep ocean. Or do we call it the deep sea or the deep ocean? I like using a different word for the new zone. Because I don't want to just do ocean and deep ocean. I think if it's called the deep sea, that's kind of more epic. That's also what it is on Wikipedia. Yeah, deep sea is actually sort of a thing. So let's call it that. Name. Deep sea. We're going to have to do some totally different wacky ambient stuff here. Now, something I have to do is actually override the weather type here. Because there's this allowed weather list. So I have to say, don't allow any weather. I don't know what's going to happen when I do this. It might crash the game. So we'll see. What I'll probably do is add in a weather type that's just called underwater. So that we don't have the game crashing. So. The only thing is it's one object, not multiple objects, if you place more than one of the same object. So it's doing the same object over and over? That's kind of weird. That is how it's working. Or unless you're saying for the tile sets. I think Godot is open source, so other people will try and fix it in GitHub if someone didn't do it already.
If you end up making the blobfish, you should make them look like what they actually look like, and not the squished broken bones one. Poor guys, they don't have enough time to adapt to the pressure change when they get pulled out of the ocean.
It's messed up. I've repeated this many times, but I've always said, if we add in the blobfish, we're going to make him look like a normal, healthy blobfish and not a deformed, dead one. Because I hate how the like visuals of the blobfish is like this depressurized, destroyed blobfish. It's not fair. It's like if we had an image for like a human on Wikipedia, but we put the human in outer space first. That's what it's like. It's just not fair. So yeah. Yeah, Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone's pretty cool. I think we'll do Deep Sea. But you never know. The thing with Twilight Zone is that like implies like a very specific part of the ocean, where Deep Sea is kind of more just generally a deep ocean. So I think that probably works better in this case. Be cool if there are very slightly glowy plants in the deep sea or things that glowed. I think that'd be really neat. Yeah, we could have some bioluminescent stuff, and there will be probably like lights set up inside of the deep sea facility that you're in and stuff like that. What game does that? Well, it's not a game or anything in particular, but it's just this like cultural impression of what a blobfish looks like. Like if you just look up blobfish, like this is the image that you see. And all of the merchandise and everything is this blobfish, right? But blobfish don't look like this. This is not what blobfish look like at all, right? Blobfish look like this, you know? They're like spiny and bony. This is what they look like. So we're going to make the blobfish actually look like a normal fish, like what they actually look like, you know? Because, I mean, look at the difference between these two. Normal, alive blobfish, destroyed blobfish. It's messed up. I don't know. You know the blob for today. Crazy. But yeah, I think I can get rid of the pot fish and fish. Oh, I can't because not every region. Never mind. Okay, then we're gonna change this away from ocean to deep sea. So that we can flesh it out with cool stuff. This should all be good. So let's go duplicate the ocean scene now. Region ocean, duplicate. Region deep sea. Boom. And I love it when Godot doesn't know that I added a node. All right. So it should be travelable now. I should be able to go there. Again, I don't know what's going to happen with an empty allowed weather array. It's probably going to just break the game, is my guess. Because it's going to try and access an ID that doesn't exist, probably. Maybe? I don't really know. We're about to find out. It's not broken somehow. Maybe it just has a default weather type. It's probably just stuck to sunny by default. But yeah, we're gonna add in a, why is it called coral reef in here? Oh, I need to go add the research, duh. But yeah, we're good. Deep sea. So now we're in the deep ocean, guys. Doesn't look like the deep ocean yet. So required research is not coral reef, it's gonna be research deep sea. Then let's go into the research table. Coral reef. Duplicate it. Deep sea. Keep it as that for now. Unlocks the deep sea fishing region. Maybe go up to like 12,000 research or something. It'll require the coral reef. And there we go. So it already kind of works. We just need to make it look cool now and add fish into the game. Because I think right now if you go fishing, it probably will just crash the game. That's my guess. But I don't know for sure. Deep sea. Boom. Now we can travel there. And yo, what happens if I try and catch a fish? Let's see what happens. It might just not even do anything. I think it's just not even trying. Oh, no, it is. Okay. And game crashes. So yeah. That's what I assumed would happen. Alright, so let's make this place look cool. Call it Deep Sea. We are no longer going to have a boat. Get rid of that. We will still have the water, but it's going to be significantly smaller. It's just going to be the moon pool area, right? Hide the water region for now. Yeah, we're going to have to add new tiles onto our tile set. Got all the sand and stuff, so we'll do all that. But yeah, we need to do the actual real tiles. Me when I fish nothing. Yeah, if I cast into the water and I caught nothing fish, if I caught the empty fish, then I think I would also crash the universe too. So yeah, what's the vibe we want to go for with this? It's always hard to say. Do we want to go for like... do we want to go with like a futuristic research laboratory kind of energy? Or do we want to go with like more like industrial, like rusty iron lung vibe. Right. Are jellyfish going to be a thing? I think definitely, yeah. I want to add those in. I just need to, the reason I didn't do it right before launch was because it would require a new, like a swimming animation type. I need to do one where they do like a wave, but vertically instead of horizontally. So, but I do want to add those guys in, especially now that we're going to have the deep sea zone too. There's a lot of cool deep sea jellyfish. A mix of the two. We'll have to look around at some images and come up with ideas. Get some reference material. But we've got like Subnautica, Moon Pool, you know. This is sort of clean, futuristic vibes, right? Shiny and white. This one's loaded up with the water. Yo, thank you for the follow. Big fan of research lab futurism? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do like how this looks. I think it could probably work. But then there's also the route of like Rust. I think there's a moon pool in Rust. But the Rust, I forget like that Rust doesn't actually look that good. But they're like, this is sort of their design here, right? Something along the lines of this. So this is another route that we could take. Either going future, like this, or rusty, dilapidated. I mean, it would probably make more sense to do a more futuristic looking one, because if you are, like, assuming that your researchers are the ones who have created this facility, and this is like a new facility, then it would be a little weird if it was like just super rusty for no reason. I don't know exactly how I would combine them, because it would be kind of difficult. I think both of these styles intrinsically they clash with each other. Because they're in direct contrast. Like this one is dirty and dark, and this one's clean and bright. So I don't know how I would do like a mix. I don't know, it's hard to say. Unless you can think of an example of like sort of a mixed reference image. Trying to think like deep sea research lab. Is there a real deep sea research lab in real life? You know? I mean, they probably don't look that cool. That's like a little machine. I guess you could like say the like interior of a submarine, you know? That's sort of like an example of that, I imagine. I mean, these are like military subs, but maybe like a research submarine interior, if that's a thing. These are like tiny research subs. Like this. That's a pretty old building. It's from '69, so. This is not real, but I think this is like... I don't know, that's not real at all. A lot of these images are probably not real. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is quite the vibe we want to go for. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of just looks like a normal building. It's not that interesting. So I think what we'll probably do is we already have some tiles for the research lab in Lurden. So I can kind of repurpose those same tiles into this tile set, I think. And that would work pretty well. So we'll probably do that. Where did I get the idea for Lurden? I got the idea really came from sort of a combination of multiple different games that I've played over the years and stuff, right? Like one that I've played in the past is Fish Tycoon, and This game is super dated and bad now, but it was fun as a little kid, even though I sucked at the game and didn't actually progress because I didn't know what I was doing. But this is definitely one. I would say Chillquarium is definitely a bit of inspiration, which is epic because we have a bundle with Chillquarium, which is crazy. But yeah, this game's pretty fun. I always like playing Chillquarium. Also, some more like tycoon-y games for sure. I've always liked playing like Roller Coaster Tycoon and Zoo Tycoon and stuff like that, you know. I've always liked that genre, so there are some elements of that I think in Lured In. Also, for the actual fishing aspect of it, web fishing. Web fishing, unfortunately, has been abandoned, but it was kind of fun fishing and web fishing until they abandoned the game forever. So, but it's okay, guys. There's gonna be a new web fishing. It's not by the same guy. It's called Rift Fishing. It's gonna be epic, guys. I can't wait. It's basically web fishing, but modernized and actually being updated. And another one also too is like Fishing Planet. I do kind of like this game, but also I don't like this game. it's I have conflictions. I like the realism aspects of this game a lot, and I think there is cool stuff. So what were these fish? These are crazy fish. Is that real? That's not. These are not real fish. But there's some really cool stuff in this game, and I just like the whole process of like getting more money and upgrading your fishing equipment and stuff. But I don't like how brutal it is, because you can just kind of lose this game if you don't make any money, which is just like stupid. And I think it's way too hard. Like, I know the idea behind this game is it's supposed to be like hardcore fishing simulation. Like, it's not meant for little, you know, jump into some fishing stuff for a couple hours and be done. It's like, this is like if you want it to be like real life, but it was too realistic. So with this, I was like, I like some aspects of this, but I want to make a fishing game that isn't so gosh darn complicated. So, congratulations on the bundle. Thank you. Fishing Planet to me feels sort of like a very fancy cash grab with realism. I mean, it is a free-to-play, and so for that fact, there's a lot of DLCs. But I mean, these are pretty absolutely insane. I mean, some of these DLCs are super expensive. Like, this one pack here is $60 to get a couple rods and a boat. Like, what on earth, dude? So, yeah, I don't like their business model, that's for sure. And people, a lot of these are rated badly, negative reviews, which they should be. But, you know, again, it's a free-to-play game, so you gotta kind of, they've got to be able to support their servers somehow. Oh my god, $1,600 for all this DLC. Oh my goodness. That's insane. This is why I don't really like free-to-play games very often, because it's loaded with so much DLC and garbage. And it becomes like, when a game is free, you become the product, right? Nothing is ever free. If something is free, then that means they are monetizing you as a person. And I don't like that. I would much rather pay an entrance fee and just get a cool game that I can play forever, instead of like the game sucking unless I buy a bunch of DLC. So yeah, why was web fishing abandoned? I don't know the exact details. I think it was just some like community drama or something, or there was like I think the creator of the game got like doxxed or something, and then they were just like, all right, guys, I'm done. I'm not working on web fishing anymore. So it's kind of unfortunate. I don't think it was 100% really the developer's fault or anything. It feels like it was, I think it was justified or something why they left. I don't know. There's probably a YouTube video or something that goes over everything. I don't really know the ins and outs. Yeah, what kind of Sims 4 is this? Yeah. It sucks so much that Sims 4 went free to play because I bought Sims 4 with money. I wish they would just make Sims 5. But I kind of hate EA and Origin and stuff as a company, so I wouldn't even play it. Yeah, server security sucks. People are being hacked. Also, dev doxed. Yeah, just a lot of things. So yeah, it sucks so much. I like web fishing. It was fun. I mean, it's still playable and stuff, but it's probably not a good idea to play on public servers anymore. Just because I know there's no more patches for security updates, right? So there's going to be some exploit that gets found, and then it's going to be a bad time. So probably not a good idea for The Sims 3. I never played The Sims 3, but that seems cool. But Sims 5 would be full of AI stuff. It definitely would be. That's why I think it's just better. There's better alternatives now. There's that one that came out called Era Lives, I think, or something. And this is basically The Sims, but like cool and like not made by EA. I think you have like your little characters and stuff, and you customize them, and I don't know 100%. It looks like it's like The Sims. Yeah, you build your houses and stuff and customize your guys. So. And then there's also that other one I can never remember the name of. It's like something Inzoi game or something. Yeah, it is Inzoi. Which I think is also kind of like The Sims. But I don't know. This one gives me less. I mean, it is like The Sims, I guess. I thought there was some controversies about this one. Oh yeah, it's by Crafton, which is a little gross. I don't know. Tears 4 feels more like a cash grab to me. Oh yeah, it's definitely, they have quite the catalog of DLC. Since I started developing my game months ago, I always told myself I'll finish the system, and it's perfect. The thought lasts until morning when I look at it again and need to tweak it more. That is the endless trap of perfection, is that it's impossible, and it's not real. That's why with Lured In, like someone asked that question earlier, where do I regret not adding more stuff before launch? Not really, because perfection is a never-ending chase that never ends. So it's just you've got to call it somewhere and decide when it's good enough. Oh, you have Inzoi, it's boring. Oh yeah. Crafton, they did some funny things with Subnautica 2. And so now I've lost any respect. I never had any respect to Crafton, but so they were initially publishing Subnautica 2, and there was like this contractual agreement where if they hit their launch deadline, which was like the I don't know the exact date, but they were totally gonna release the game in time for their launch deadline. They were supposed to get like this big payout of like $200 million or something like that. But then Crafton intentionally delayed Subnautica so they didn't have to pay their payout, which is just stupid. Crafton is just a bad company. And I don't know why they would even... like Subnautica is basically a guaranteed. Subnautica 2 is a guaranteed success. You know? So it's insane to me to think like they would intentionally try and sabotage the launch. Like, yeah, $200 million is a lot, but they're gonna make way more than $200 million from Subnautica. So like, why on earth would they do that? It's just stupid. And the team now, Unknown Worlds, has cut ties to Krafton. There's a big like legal court case, and it was ruled that Krafton had to pay the payout and also can no longer publish Subnautica. So we got the good ending. But yeah. They probably just published Dinkum. Krafton, I don't think actually makes any games. I think they're just a publisher. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, we can go look. I've looked at Dinkum. It seems like it'd be kind of fun. It's made by James Bendon. So maybe one person? Probably more than one person. Maybe I'll get Dinkum one day. That seems kind of cool. Thank you for the hydrate. But anyways. So hopefully that answers that question. Yeah, we got to modify our tile set now. You reminded me that I want Pair of Lives though, to be honest. Yeah. It does look pretty fun. I think if it goes on sale eventually, then I might grab it. Because I did like playing The Sims. It was a fun time. I just like The Sims for the sandboxy elements of it, like being able to make a house and get money and all that stuff. I don't really care about the interpersonal connections between people, but you know, seems kind of cool. I'm not gonna get it though at full price. $36. Do I know Animal Crossing? Yeah. Boy, do I know Animal Crossing. Yeah, it seems like it's sort of like Animal Crossing plus like it has more survival elements. So it seems cool. It's been on my radar. Oh yeah, guys, I played a Core Keeper recently. And Core Keeper is kind of cool. It's insane how much polish there is in the game. One thing that I was actually extremely impressed by was the cooking system. Because, oh my god, there is so much food in this game. I was just like cooking some stuff and I'm like, it was just like shocking. I was like, you can literally combine almost any item you want and it makes a valid recipe. I was like, how on earth is this possible? They must have made hundreds and hundreds of pieces of food. But I was playing through this a couple days ago. It's pretty epic. It's very polished. Yeah, definitely gives me strong Terraria vibes. But it's all like top down. There is some like automation stuff you can do too, which looks really cool. I need to get like a Scarlet bars before I can do that stuff though, so I can't automate yet. But you can do animal keeping. It's also got like a skill tree kind of thing, which is fun. Yeah. In a lot of ways, I was thinking playing through this, I was like, man, this is almost like what I would want Starground to be. It's too late though. But it really does feel like that. Yeah, it seems pretty cool. I think it's it would be really fun multiplayer. I just played it single player, but it's kind of neat. The base building stuff is pretty fun. Yeah, I do really want to do the automation. Yeah, I've played Necess. Only a little bit. I haven't like gone through it a bunch. But yeah, Necess is a similar vibe for sure as Core Keeper is. Yeah, it's pretty fun. There are a couple things with Necess to me that do feel a little unfinished. Stuff like the UI I think is a little ugly in my opinion. Sometimes it's kind of annoying to work through the UI. I never really felt that with Core Keeper. But it's not too bad though. I do think this game would be significantly better if they would just do a UI rework. I would enjoy it a lot more. Yeah, it seems like sort of top-down Terraria. This game has a lot more Terraria elements than Core Keeper does, I think. This is the price for Dinkum, but I'm in... Oh, it's showing euros for you? Oh, because you're VPN. Yeah. And it says like if Terraria, Stardew Valley... Yeah, a little bit. Minecraft did a baby from my experience. I feel that, yeah. Definitely strong Terraria vibes. In a way, with like the colony management stuff, it actually sort of reminds me a tiny bit of RimWorld. Not a lot, but a little tiny bit. Yeah. They're both good games, though. Oh, would you say that the farming RPG genre is oversaturated right now? Farming RPG. I mean, specifically, what kind of games would be a farming RPG? Just stuff like Stardew Valley and things like that? I guess that's what you would classify as a farming RPG. There definitely are a lot of these kinds of games. I think this always happens because Stardew Valley did insanely well, right? So, whenever that happens with a game, it always causes an enormous, like, wave of clones. I've seen a lot of games come out that is basically just Stardew Valley. So I would say it's a little bit oversaturated. I mean, it's not completely. I think the issue that I typically see with this genre is that every single game is just Stardew Valley. Like, there still is plenty of room to make the game interesting. One game that was similar to Stardew Valley, but still like different enough was Graveyard Keeper. Because it's got a similar energy. You know, you do some farming stuff and it's top down and everything, but it still sort of felt like it had some systems that were different enough that made it interesting. Like, because it has like a technology tree and stuff like this, and there's other things that you do in this game that are actually different from Stardew Valley. So I did like that aspect of this game. I still haven't fully played through it, but apparently now Graveyard Keeper 2 is coming out eventually, which will be cool. But I think it's always a case of like, nothing's ever truly 100% oversaturated. I mean, compared to other genres, there's a lot more competition with this kind of game, farming RPG, but it's still possible to make one that's unique. You just have to really put a lot more effort into making things fundamentally different. Because otherwise, if you're just making a game where you farm and fight monsters in a dungeon, then you're making Stardew Valley, right? But, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not a biggest fan of, but pretty cool for what it is. It definitely is, yeah. It's neat. So, hey, Enrico, welcome in. How's it going? Gert? What is Gert? Stardew Valley is more a cozy farming RPG, IMO. I mean, it's still a farming RPG. I don't know what else would be classified as a farming RPG. Necessis adding romance and NPC personalities. Oh yeah, it's crazy. River Keeper seemed cool. Yeah, it was fun. I did sort of run into a problem though, where I felt like I hit a wall in the research tree and I don't know how to progress anymore. I need to do some... Oh, that's why you said Gert. That makes more sense. Yogurt. Duh. Alright. Crazy. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, I do think though it's very important to spend a lot of time thinking about your game ideas, right? Oh yeah, I wasn't actually going to modify this. I think I'm going to do this instead. Yeah, as time goes on more, I think I understand the importance of actually coming up with unique game ideas. So the idea becomes much more important. All right, so I had the shop tile set here. What I'm going to do is set this ordering index to be 1 above. And then I can do, yeah, I don't have to do any Y sorting. I think this should be fine. So now I can draw in just tiles straight from here, like this. So we can create like a little area where you can fish in like this. And we'll just keep working on shaping this, and then we'll have to go through and create a lot of new sprites, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Let's go see what this looks like. Kind of a pretty bad headache right now. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, that's because it didn't have any weather. Oops. All right, let's go add a new weather type, but it's going to be exclusive to certain zones. So we're going to add LI weather underwater. And we can use the water icon. Whoa, thank you for the hydrate. Underwater. And it's the only water, the only weather type. Underwater. Let's go see if it works. Okay. Play button. Underwater. No active effect. So yeah, I think this will work, and then you'll have this little region that you can cast into the moon pool. Looks like it's actually already like very close to being fine. I do probably want to increase the height of it a little bit more, but it's not too bad already. So let's do that. We'll put like a line down there, maybe expand it by 1 more. Then that's probably a pretty good size. So then the water, we'll just put sort of underneath it like this. There we go. And there we go, guys. We got a moon pool. Now you can cast in this area. You can still cast outside. We're going to define this water region here. And oh, goodness. So I want to delete that data. And we just do this. I think that should work. I think. How do I actually determine that water region stuff? Or I guess I do have it pretty accurate, so I'll just actually put it in the corners here. I use this polygon so I know which parts are actually like a valid section to spawn in water events and things like that, so. Alright. Are those real sounds you or someone else making sounds? It's a mix. Some of the sounds just come from my mouth. Other sounds are like actual recordings. Yeah, it shows the deep sea region on the main menu now. Other sounds are from real fishing rods and stuff. So, yeah, now it pulls that back in. You cast outside the zone. Cool. So I think that sound there is my teeth. But then I have another one. It's really hard to hear, I think. There's another sound that I layer up on top of that where you have that initial like whoosh. Then also another really slight like line running sound. So I might also eventually add another sound for when you reel back in. It'll kind of like go do the clicks, you know, like you're reeling in. So eventually, but I don't know. We got bigger fish to fry. I'm gonna call this tile map layer building. Now we're just gonna kind of keep fleshing this out. We're just gonna have like a little section here, and then like some kind of corridor that goes back over here. Unfortunately, it does not update live, but I think I can just leave and go back. Nope. I guess I have to fully restart the game. Yeah, it should be pretty easy. Then we just go along and add these, right? We've got all these pieces, and obviously we will be making it look more cool, but this isn't too bad of a start. Let's see, put this one like that. This one goes there, there. I'll have to do like some new tiles to show like the exterior of the building and stuff like that, because you can't really see that right now with the way this is set up. It's gonna look pretty weird if it's just kind of floating in the middle of nowhere, so we'll have to address that stuff. That shouldn't be too bad. Alright, so this is what we're looking at now. At 16:9 aspect ratio, will be right around there. This doesn't have to be as wide over here, so I think we pull this back in. Just grab it right there. Maybe like right there. Let's try it out. I imagine an underwater facility would be sort of cramped anyways, so. I don't think they're known for being very spacious. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Wonder if I should just like make the area you fish in way smaller. Like, do I really need the player going out this far? You know? 'Cause I'd love to show some of the exterior of the building. Just think it'd be cool. I think maybe bring this back one more tile. Boom. And just copy this. Nice. And then I think we just bring all this back. Like, just make it a little, like, square, honestly. It'll be sort of like a big change from the normal, typical fishing areas, but I think that's kind of a good thing, honestly. I think it's cool to have some zones, like, actually be, like, pretty different. So let's see. Once it loads up. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. So I think something like this sort of works. Obviously, if you change your window resolution, things get a little wacky. We can go around and add in railings. I'll have to draw some new tiles for everything. So then outside of here, right, the regular tiles, it's probably going to be, I guess, sand. Like, I don't really know what kind of tile is on the ocean floor. I would assume that it's sand. I mean, it's very old sediment, so probably makes sense. And we'll have some big rocks and stuff scattered around. There are some things that are a little funky with this. Like, I don't know why this is being cut off. It's just a depth ordering thing. It's too large, huh? I might have made this way bigger than it needs to be. I think I'm realizing just how big this facility is, actually. It's probably plenty. All right, let's try it out. GDScript slash C#, GDScript or C#. I exclusively use GDScript. I've never really messed with C# with Godot before. I know people that use C#, and it seems like it works pretty well for them for the most part, but I don't know. I just I like GDScript. I think it works just fine for the things that I do. So I've never really bothered trying to use a different one. Okay, so let's go into here now. Yeah, water went bye-bye, yeah. I got that fixed. So we do have these railing objects here. Fortunately, I only drew the ones that I actually needed, so it means we have some weird disconnected railings. But we'll fix it. I'll just expand out the variants that we have here so that we can make like a little loop around. Because I imagine you would want to have railings around your moon pool so you don't fall in. So that would be kind of bad if that happened. So we've got one that goes to the left. We need one that goes to the right. And then one like this that goes from left to up. So like that. So let's go do all those. Okay. Grab this guy here. So we want to have this, but let's see, normally it's centered here. But flip the other way. So like this. This goes up usually around right there. Alrighty. Outline. And then, let's see, that'll stay there, but then now the shadow is going to go... I don't know what the opacity is on this shadow. It seems pretty freaking strong for some reason. Probably going to go through and change that shadow because it's a little bit too strong. Let's delete all that. Yeah, let's just do 50% opacity maybe. Do black. That's a little bit better. Oh, and that one too. Oopsies. All right. So we got the bottom right corner. Then yeah, we just need this variant flipped around. And I think that's everything. And I'll have to have some that kind of like terminate, just so that we can have like a entrance into the moon pool, because if you have a moon pool, you probably are going into it. That's sort of the whole point of a moon pool, after all. So here we're not going to have that. See, it's a little confusing how this is actually. Because like on this one it goes... I guess I do actually have it start there. Alright. So it should go 2 out from there. Sort of like that, I think. Now this can go there. Why is that a different color? They're all different colors. No. Okay. Then this shall have... Oh, that's why they're different colors. Another shadow here. And I think that's all the parts I need, as far as I know. I should have used, or should have flipped it to tools. Doesn't really matter. I could have, I guess, but it would just flip the shadows in the wrong direction anyways, and probably just make it harder. I guess I'll move this down into here. All right, there we go. So the railings I'll probably have as a separate layer, I guess. All this one railings. If I do that over in the aquarium, where we have railings and it's a separate node. Okay. So here we go. Railings. Got to go into the tile set. We're on shop tiles. Add those two. I think they have collision. Yes. Now we can draw them in. This is why I did it on a separate layer, because otherwise it would take over the other tiles, right? So first off, I gotta delete, keep it empty. Now I could put the railings on the exterior like this, but it's gonna be a little weird because it's gonna look like the railings are just right up against the wall. So it's kind of like, why do you even have railings there then? So I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I might just make the railings go here. Let's see, this guy and this guy. Sort of like this. Now, it's complicated because obviously then that sort of takes over our area that we can do. How are we going to do this? Might just have to push these down, and we'll just have to figure out. Maybe expand the building slightly again. That'll probably work. Might also make another variant of the railing that's, I don't know, slightly different, maybe. One without a post, so I can do like a longer separation between them. Because they look a little too rustic with a post every tile, I feel like. All right, next tile I want to do, a couple more deep sea inspired tiles. Big boy. Yo. Buenos? What is that? My Spanish is rusty at that. I was assuming that it's Spanish. Buenos? Good? I don't... Oh, afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome in, Two Socks. How's it going? How have you been doing? Ooh, opacity. Oh yeah, this is going to be like a weird tile, so I'll throw it in over here. So we're going to have a new sort of tile. This is going to be like a, I want it to be sort of like a mesh. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. Nope, spacing there doesn't work. I'll have to think about how to do the spacing. Could just do this, but that's kind of boring. Yeah, anything I do that's even like that isn't going to work, so I have to use an odd number for spacing. So 1, 2, 3 maybe? Yeah, because then that leaves 3 over there. And the next thing I want to do is this. I want to sort of offset the spacing. So you get this pattern. And I think this would tile. Let's check it really quick. Yes. Tiles just fine. Actually, the only thing that doesn't tile is this layer here, because then there should be one here. But that's pretty easy. I just added it down here. Though, then that's, what's going on here? Okay, I need to tighten up the spacing here a little bit. I think this should be 1 pixel down. And then that would leave the spacing the same there as the other one. Yeah, this is how it should be. All right, not a big deal. Two chains, less known. What does that mean? Oops. What's that? Fill this out. Oh god. Thought it was on line tool. Working on a new zone? Yeah, we are. We're doing a deep sea area, so you're going to be actually like inside of an underwater facility fishing. It's kind of crazy, but I think it being like a pretty end game zone, it will probably be okay. Oh, I don't know why I did 2 tiles. Whoops. Okay, but now this tiles. Boom. So this is going to be sort of like a mesh. You see that all around in a lot of those images. Oh, 2 chains is a wrapper? Oh, okay. Let's go. Right, and then I want to have like these tiles directly under these railings that are probably like a caution strip. Maybe we'll go 6 pixels. And I might do 2 lines like that. We'll see. Now, does that spacing look correct? No. I don't think that spacing works. Instead, we'll do 2. 2 always works. Two, 3, 4, 5. I think with brush check, I'll do that in just a second. Okay, let's do it 4 thick. So then the spacing there is, yeah, so this should work. Just like that. And I might even do like another bright pixel there just to imply that it's like on the top. All right, and this is going to be a little donut thing. So we have all the different variations of the tile. And out here on the edges, you're not really going to see the sides. So it's going to be sort of like this, right? Bring it over in here. All right, I think with the posture check. Man, that headache.
Any plans on adding more cosmetics and stuff for our aquariums? Also maybe like introducing a more tycoon-like gameplay, where you set up different money-generating things like ice cream stands or something. Oh, maybe an outdoor area of the aquarium we can unlock.
Yeah, I think all that kind of stuff would be pretty neat one day. It is sort of a question of like how much do I want to scope creep, I guess. And that's always hard to say. I don't think there's any like system like that I'm of the mindset where I'm like, I'm never going to do that, you know? Because I think all that stuff, like, it would be cool. I just don't know for certain if it's something I will be exploring, guaranteed or not. So it is kind of hard to say. But yeah, I think I've talked about in the past doing like a food court thing, which I think would be a fun system. Some way to actually like use your fish and like another sort of alternative way of selling them, sort of, was like selling them as food instead of just for cash. So I guess that is correct there. Okay. It just looks like it's wrong. So yeah, maybe eventually, but again, it's hard to say. Because, you know, I've got a lot of other games and stuff I want to tackle eventually, so I just don't know how much crazier I'm going to make Lurden. It's tricky. But... And if I don't do those things anytime soon, it's always something that I can just come back and do whenever I feel like it too, right? So, that's also valid. So yeah, don't know yet. Things are still a little bit up in the air. I did mention having like a really big outdoor tank area, I think in last stream, so it is something that is sort of on the mind. It's not impossible. But, you know, just more stuff I gotta do though. And I think the big thing is like Starground is still hanging over me. Like this whole time with Lurden development, Starground's in the background, you know. I really am dreading working on more on Starground. I don't want to work on Starground anymore. I think this is the problem with Starground, is that it's not a case of working on something out of desire to. It's a case of like, I have to because it's early access, you know? So I really wish Starground was just over, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Because I would totally be so much more willing to do stuff for it, I think, if it wasn't like forced upon me. I don't know, it's hard to say. How do I want to do these corners? I'll have to figure that out. Maybe I just don't do the corners. I think that's fine, honestly. Yeah, excited to see the new game ideas you have. Also wanted to ask, after your experience with Lurden, are you happy with the results so far? Planning more incremental games this size anytime soon? I mean, it has gone very well. I do really like making incremental games because they're easy to make. And it just feels like you can get them done like really quickly. So definitely not something I'm opposed to doing more of. But yeah, I've just got so many projects and stuff sort of in the backlog. I don't know if I'm going to immediately start doing another incremental game. I'll probably tackle some of the other things I've been wanting to get done. You know, stuff like Deadlift. I've been wanting to do Deadlift for a while. Also, I've got some other games that are not incremental games that that's been floating around in my head. I want to get into horror games more, because I just think it's a really cool theme to explore, you know? So that's one of the big things I want to tackle. Yeah, horror games. I have a party game idea, and it's not really like a party game. How would I describe it? It's not a party game. I'm trying to think how I would describe this game. I don't know. But there's this one game that I've been wanting to do for a long time. So, and it's a multiplayer game. I guess it's like a... No, it's not a party game. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe one day I'll figure that out. Oh, shoot. This wrong layer. That's what I hate about tile sets work in Godot. But I think it would be fun. I don't know. The thing with game development for me is I just want to explore a bunch of different things. Like, even though incremental games did go well for me, it's like I don't want to only ever do incremental games. I've never really seen myself as one of those kinds of developers that just decides, okay, this is my genre now, and just does that one type of game forever. Because I honestly feel like that's sort of boring in my opinion, to just constantly be making the same game over and over. I want to make different stuff. So, but yeah, I just have to see how things go. If I do come up with a really good idea for another incremental game, then it would be fun to tackle. Because they're easy. I mean, like, if I really focused on getting an incremental game done, like, I could get that done in, you know, a lot less than 7 months. Because that was also with Starground going on and stuff, so I think it'd be pretty feasible to be done in, like, oh, I don't know. 5, maybe even 4. It depends. Definitely less if, like, I was working with somebody else. As a solo dev, probably 5 would be a pretty reasonable timeline to hit, I think. So. Okay, so that's what this is looking like now. I'm gonna make one more change here. Oh, it mean I'd have to have, like, tiles around it also. Let's just do this then, so it looks normal. There we go. So now we have this little moon pool we can fish into. And we're going to do a lot of ambience in here. I think the lighting is going to be one of the really big things of the deep sea area because it's going to be lit up in here, but then just like pitch black outside. It's going to be like, whoa, this is like crazy. Not 100% pitch black, but just very dark. I always have bird ambience going. It's just because I need to change the... I think it's checking right now in that the region code that's playing bird ambience for the other regions when it's sunny. Since I added in a new weather type, I think it just doesn't know what to do with that ambience right now, so it keeps playing it over and over. So I need to change that. But yeah, I always have bird ambience going, don't I? Funny that every game I've worked on always has bird ambience. Yeah. I feel like Godot is kind of loud. I mean, I can lower my desktop volume. Oh, they changed the theming of the bus layout. Interesting. I can set more of a limiter on my desktop audio. I just worried then sometimes there's going to be things that are supposed to be kind of louder that get like way too muted for no reason. Where are the filters? Here they are. Right, I have it set to minus 10 decibels on the... I need to reload my mic? Probably. Is that better? Same, different? I don't know. How do I do the sun shafts? That is with a shader. So you just plop down a color rec to then put a shader onto it. You can get it on Godot shaders. I didn't make this shader. It was just one that was already pre-made. Whoa. CS2 water? It's crazy, guys. We're making CS2 in Godot. It's all in Russian. This is a really slow shader. It's taking a million years to load. But basically, it's like this shader. There's a couple different variants of it. This is a pixelated one, but you can just search shaders, search for God rays or whatever it's called. I typed in Gidrats. Odd rays. Oh my god, I can't type. There we go. Or specifically, I think it's called like Sun Shaft or something. What is it called? Sun. It's like the top shader on all of Godot shaders. Like if you just go to, I think browse shaders and then sort by most liked, it's right up here. I'll get rid of Sun and then sort by most liked. Right there, God Rays by Pen00. So this is the one I am using. Now I did have to update this shader for Godot 4.0. It's pretty easy to change, but just keep that in mind. Did they change the look of the website? They added in, I don't think dark mode was always here. I think that's a newer thing they added. And I'm glad that they added it. Yeah, it looks nice. They've been working on things on here over time. This is really epic, the Aurora Sky Shader. There's one game idea that I would really love to explore one day that's set in Antarctica. And that would be perfect for that. 2D outline, universal. Does this actually work with, I don't know, this is for an atlas. Oh, wow, this is a really complicated chunk of code for an outline. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, it's actually shrinking the sprite. That's why it looks like that. Very weird. Okay. That's for an atlas, yeah. Buckshot. Buckshot roulette shader. So many cool shaders, guys. It's just endless. There's a blur shader here. Section cut is kind of insane. This is pretty cool. It's like a 3D printer shader. You can change the cutoff value here. It's kind of fire. And then a blur shader. It's using a screen texture, and then doing blur amount. I do find it very interesting, actually, how I did the blurring of the shadows behind these, because it's not a traditional blur technique. Most of the time when blur stuff like that is done, it's you get a screen texture and then you do a LOD on the screen texture. But the way I did it was not like that. And actually, my way is super performant because you're not even really running much shader code at all. It's kind of funny how I did it. But basically, I make a very small version of the sprite. I compress the size down and make it super low resolution. And then I just do linear filtering so it gets all blurry. That's literally all I did for these. It works pretty well. Anyways. It means I don't have to manually create a shadow for every single sprite, because that would take me 10 billion years. 3 archer fish. No thanks. You can leave. Okay. So yeah, I think the looks of this area is getting there. Still needs a lot more. One of the things we need to do is add like a little animation to the edge here to show that there's like you know, sort of like what I did in the other areas. I thought there was a really funny review where somebody very much disliked the white shore pixel around the water. I felt that was kind of fascinating. I'm like, I don't know why that would be like distracting or annoying. It's just a little visual effect. Yeah, I fixed that issue with the chef. He now actually asks for the proper fish. I just didn't change the right... He wasn't checking the right list, so I was just stupid. Now he uses like a standard function. Also now he's only checking for fish you actually have available to catch. That was the thing that was a little broken. For some reason, I don't know exactly what broke it, but I kind of redid that whole code. Get out of here. Stay away from me. Stay away from me, my family. Game looks cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been really fun, I think, working on this game with all the assets and stuff, and shaders have been really cool. I always enjoy doing those. Just thinking what we need now for that zone. I think I will go ahead and do the shore. It's going to be kind of annoying. I've got to do a billion different variations, but so be it. Now this stuff has to be done. It sucks because that means I have to like separate these out because they need to have 2 frames each. So I have to do like this. Let's see, move this over. Then grab all this stuff, shift it over. And then these ones, I don't think I'll do animations on those. It's just going to be a solid white line. Like that. So now on these ones, we're going to have, let's put this over here. Same this guy. And this guy. So we'll do like 4 pixels down or something like this. Sort of like that. Might even do that. And then underneath we'll just have it be like blue. And that's going to be transparent. So I want to do like that, I think. I believe. And then this one, we'll have it go down one more. So it'll kind of wobble between those two heights. So it'll start here. Wobble down to this one. Oh God, what have I done? Delete those. Okay. How do I make the assets by myself? I am doing that right now. Yeah. We're making the assets. Yeah, I've done all of the assets by myself. Let's erase those bits. All right, so with that, now we can save that, and then in here. So I've done this before with these. You have to move this tile over. Let's go into tile set. Oh God, I didn't mean to. So select this tile, move it over there. And then this one goes there. Now, what I have to do with this is I have to set animation and columns to 2. And sometimes it just like doesn't update for some reason. So I gotta remember what I did with the other ones. It's always really weird. Let's go into this tile set. And I can select these. So I said size analysis 1 and 2 columns. Oh, right, you have to set 2 frames. I always forget to do that part of it. So what we need to do is select on these and say animation frames and add another frame. That's how we do it. Now you can see them animating. So back in the tile map. Now I can place these down and boom, water. So yeah, that works pretty well. And I can slow down the animation if I want to. I probably will a little bit. So I can just select all these, go to animation, and speed, 0.5. That should be fine. I don't want this water to move too much because, you know, it's a moon pool, so it really shouldn't be. So I'm going to make this unique. So it's not doing any of that stuff. Okay, apparently this shader is already unique, supposedly. Let's see if that's actually true. And then for move speed, I just want to set it to 0. Like, it shouldn't actually move. The water shouldn't go anywhere. So let's go try this out. Yeah, you said here, it's kind of hard to program and draw at the same time. Yeah, it's tricky. I know a lot of programmers don't draw, and so it's hard for those people to make games because, yeah, you gotta have assets. And I think in those cases, it's fine to use pre-made assets, you know? I mean, that's what they're for. So, I do encourage people, though, to try at least, see if it is something that you can figure out. Something you can always do, too, we were just talking about this today, but kind of taking the route of, like, focusing more on making things look good with programming instead. So you could do, like, something like Nodebuster is a game that has super simple assets, but it's it looks cool and epic because of all the shaders that they use in this game. So doing stuff like this can work. Like taking that approach to the visuals of your game, shaders and other programmatic effects. So why is it sunny weather in here? It should be always underwater, I thought. That's a little weird. Maybe it's because when I first load into the game, it sets everything to sunny regardless of what the allowed weather type is. Weather underwater. So where am I setting it to sunny? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, isn't it? Right here. For I in regions table, set it to sunny. So instead of doing that, I'm now going to say regions weather I is equal to for region ID and regions table. And I'm going to say but I already say change weather, right? So if I'm doing it here anyways, why am I setting everything to sunny at the beginning? I don't think I need this code anymore. Oh, is that because there's a chance for the change weather stuff to not happen? I think that's why. Because yeah, there's a chance that it just doesn't pick a weather type to be selected. So I do actually need this stuff here. That's fine. This is just setting the initial default weather. So region data is global.regions table.get region ID. And then I want to say, instead of just being weather sunny, I'm going to say region data dot allowed weather dot pick random. And that should be a bit better. Oh, what program is it? I'm using Krita to do all of my art stuff. So it's not really designed for pixel art or anything. It's possible to do pixel art in it. I have been. I just like it because it's open source and it's very versatile because I can do pixel art and any other kind of art I could ever imagine. So I guess except 3D art. I generally start with pre-made and then create my own based on that style. Yeah, that's fair. Then you get the issue of swapping the base pre-made you select, and in the end you never get it done. Yeah. That is one of the things that's been nice about being able to draw my own assets and stuff, is like, I never really have to worry about all the issues that come with using pre-made stuff. Because even though it seems like it is, it's really not like this super massive shortcut or something to making your game. Like, it can help people, but also then you run into a lot of issues with like cohesiveness and stuff. So there's pros and cons. I think it's always just a matter of weighing those. It's not always a good or bad idea to use pre-made assets. Seen a lot of games that look like a first grader drew the sprites and it looks sick because everything fits in that artistic universe. Yeah. I honestly do feel that like totally, like, I would rather play a game that looks really bad if it means that like artistically it's cohesive, you know? I've played a lot of games like that before and it's like fine. I don't really like mind it. It's interesting how that is. Like, I don't think, I mean, obviously there's games that look really nice. Honestly, Core Keeper does look really nice. I like a lot of the assets and stuff in that game. They kind of feel like my art style, weirdly enough, actually. It's kind of weird. It's like looking at my own assets sometimes. But this game does look really good. But still at the same time, like, I've played games that look really bad, but I don't really care how they look. You could even say, like, technically something like Minecraft falls under that category. I don't think Minecraft visually is very impressive, but it's very consistent, you know? Everything in Minecraft is the Minecraft style. I think that's the most important thing that matters when it comes to art. So, yeah. And you can be somewhat consistent with asset packs, you just have to be careful. I think if you have the ability to do your own assets here and there when you need to, then it's possible. But, yeah. I'm trying to think of like a game I've played that looks really bad. I mean, honestly, Necess is sort of one of those games. Like, I don't feel like the art in Necess is like super great in my opinion. Just as a pixel artist, I see a lot of like issues with the sprites. Not saying that the art is bad. See, this is the thing where it's like, it doesn't matter because this is the vibe of Necess, you know, and it works. I do think the UI needs updating, but still, I think the in-game assets are fine. Yeah, what game have I played that looks really bad? Worms. But that's not bad because it's just bad. It's bad because it's old. I don't mean bad as in like bad. Just as in like a little more rough looking. Scritchy Scratchy kind of doesn't look very good in my opinion. But again, it's cohesive, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, this isn't like a huge offender, but I feel like some of these assets are a little ugly looking. I say that, I feel like I'm like being super mean. It's not supposed to be mean. But this game is done so incredibly well, obviously it doesn't matter, you know? I think there's so many examples of games like this. Even Terraria in a way, though, the recent assets of Terraria look really good. But like if you're talking like very old Terraria, back when Terraria first came out, then the game looked pretty rough back then. But again, Terraria is one of the best-selling games of all time, so I think, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Shouldn't be something to worry so much about, in my opinion. All right, so we gotta go fix this code. Or check for Sunny. I remember there's a time where you could tell the game was developed in Unreal or Unity based on the assets used. Now you can see the games using AIs, they're all starting to look the same. Yeah. I do always instantly pick up on the AI asset stuff. Where I'm like, It is funny though how I'm still able to kind of tell what engine games are made in. I was talking about this, I don't know exactly when, it was a couple streams ago or something, but like looking at the game like Brotato, it's funny how I can instantly tell that this is a Godot game just based off of like the font and the way that like the UI nodes are set up. It just has this essence, this energy. I don't know how to describe it, but I know this was made in Godot. I guess that just happens when you use an engine for so long. It's just those tiny little things that nobody ever notices, but it is kind of funny. Probably like the motion of the particle emitters and stuff, I'm sure. Yeah. I never played Brotato. It's very cheap. Maybe one day. Oh yeah, one that I've played that was really ugly is Cave Crawlers. This game looks pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a Roblox game, but like actually worse than a Roblox game. There's actually some Roblox games that look cool. This game looks terrible. The stuff in the tree looks really bad in my opinion. This is a bad looking game. But thank you for that, Drake. Um, I don't care because the game is fun. Like literally, that's the only thing that really matters at the end of the day. So yeah. And I think they are working on a visual overhaul of the game soon, from what I heard. Oh, let's see. This game? Let's see what engine. Grande and Brasileiro. Let's see if I can decipher it. And it's harder for me to decipher it if it is made in an engine I haven't really used before, so that is always like a thing. Honestly, just looking at the way the outlines are rendered, it does kind of give me Godot vibes. It uses those nodes. The way the scroll... Yeah, that's right there. Godot. That's Godot. Because this uses a default Godot scroll bar. Right here. It's definitely Godot. They need to know that you can turn on the little hints in scroll box containers, because it looks very nice when you do. Yeah, there's always little things like that that people forget to change, and then it's instantly obvious. The other thing that really kind of gave it away for me, too, was just the way that you set up control nodes. Like, I do the same thing in Starground, where you can do, like, a thickness on the left side of your panel style and stuff. So yeah, I'm like 90% sure this is Godot. How do we tell? I can't read anything. It's all you Portuguese, I think. I grew up on Flash games. Tons of games on Newgrounds look bad, but they're so fun you didn't care. Yeah, dude. There's so many games that looked like garbage. It just doesn't matter. To me, like, the thing that matters more when it comes to visual art style is just like the like, I don't know how to describe it. It's hard to put into words, but like, art coming from a real person that is making the game is more meaningful, even if it doesn't look as good, because like, it's a part of the grand vision for a project, you know? Whether it's like super intentional or not. If you're just getting like pre-made assets, I feel like it's a little more you know, there's more of a disconnect between you and your final product, I feel like. Potato is how I first discovered Godot, because it said so in the corner on the main screen during the demo. Oh, yeah. Nice. Presentable Liberty, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, I think that game looked pretty bad. But this is the thing, when I reflect upon that game and remember it, I don't even think about how it looked at all. Because it just, like, doesn't matter. Because it was a good game. Let's see, what is this one? Oh, is this that game that we're looking at? Yes, I am human. Let's see, Godot. Yeah. Told you guys. It's kind of a fun game to play with yourself. Just like look at a game and take a guess as to what engine it's in. I find sometimes it's way easier to do that with 3D games just because of the way the rendering works in 3D games. Because Unreal has some like effects that I always notice that's like, yeah, that's Unreal just because of the way they go about it. Like they just use like the default rendering settings instead of actually changing things. And same with Unity. Unity, you can always kind of tell from UI also, like with Godot, because there's like some default like UI kits that people use a lot, so. But anyways. So, why is this not working? If weather is sunny, it does that. Otherwise, the God Ray should go away. So, even though I was in the underwater weather type, it should have made the God Rays go away. Let's go look at what happened. Walnut. See, it's still here. Oh, no, those are clouds. Never mind. I don't think there's a god ray there. I was wondering, I saw, like, movement, and I was like, ooh. Oh, I think the clouds also went away. Oh, I see what's happening. So, initially, they start at full modulation. I need to make it so they probably start at 0. Let's also go make the game quieter, because it's loud and annoying. Let's go do that. So, God Ray modulation needs to start at 0. Same with the clouds as well. Let's throw that here. 0 and the clouds. Now it shouldn't do that anymore. Let's go check. There we go. Now they start invisible. Okay, we're getting there. Next thing, let's go ahead and disable the nature ambience. And I think that's ran inside of ambience. So if it's rainy or stormy, then we turn that volume to 0. What I want to do here is say, let's see, if it's not equal to ocean. Not equal to ocean, and it's also not equal to LI region deep sea. I think that should stop the birds from chirping. Let's go try it out. The Unknown 101, welcome in. How's it going? This looks awesome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it still needs a lot of work for sure, but we're getting there. Okay, it's still doing it. Okay, let's figure out exactly what node that is. It's not ding, it's not raindrops, it's down in here. I think this is called ambience. Yeah, this is called ambience. So whatever node that is, that's where we can stop. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. That's been. Do you think learning how to make music for a game is the hardest thing to learn as an indie developer? I don't know. I think the thing with learning things is it just depends on your background. Like for me, music stuff isn't that bad because I took piano lessons for like 8 years. So I never felt like there was like this massive difficulty in learning how to do music stuff. I'm not great at music, but I can do it if I have to. And I imagine it's a similar thing, like if you go into game development, having already worked as a software engineer and stuff, you know, it's significantly easier for you. And everyone's just sort of wired differently in their brains, so I think it's really hard to say like one thing is the hardest thing to learn. I don't know. I mean, none of it's really easy. Making music can be hard for sure. Programming can be hard for some people too. I personally think the true difficult thing that you have to learn is like discipline. Like you can learn all the technical skills and creative skills. You can learn how to program and you can learn how to make music and draw and all that stuff. But I think the thing that's really hard to like teach yourself is to how to like endure. Because game development is a matter of consistency, I think. So it's like the skill of like, you know, forcing yourself to release your next game, even if your first one when your first one doesn't go well, I think that's like the most important and also the hardest thing, right? Because it's like a mental game of like motivation and discipline. That's like, for me, the hardest thing. You can also use samples to make music. A lot of old N64 and PS1 games use a lot of samples. Yeah, there's a lot of ways that you could make music. I think just like with any sort of creative medium, there's so much variety, so many different workflows. I was good at programming, so learning GDScript probably won't be the worst, but I lack art and music skills. That could be a pretty big setback. And you're right, if I really want to learn, I have to be committed to it. Yeah. I really do think it's about like the dedication to making things. That's the hardest thing. Because I really do feel like anybody can learn how to do any of the other stuff, right? They're all like very easy skills to learn. I mean, not easy, but in comparison, I feel like it's like you can set it, you have a definable goal that you can set for yourself and achieve it. But with like the mental game of things, it's hard. At least that's just what I think. But everybody's going to give you a different answer because everyone is different people. I know, it might be a problem for me because I started game dev for a game, kind of stopped because I was stuck on something, kind of took a long break. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It is always really hard. That's why I think it's the hardest thing, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, we were talking about this a couple streams ago, but I think doing game jams is a really good way to help that issue. Because if you have like this hard deadline that you have to finish something by, then at least for me, I feel like it makes it like I can't just sort of let myself off the hook. Like, I have to do it. Right? I think that's a good way to go about making games in general. It's like you have to set sort of timelines for yourself. Otherwise, if there's no timeline or release date or anything, then it just kind of keeps going on forever. And it's too easy to make yourself excuses. I could just be like, you know, yeah, Lurden, it comes out whenever I feel like it. And then it would never get done. But instead, I was like, July 17th. That is the day it has to be ready. Right? So. It's funny making music for games because over half the players are just going to turn it off. It is one of those things I feel like, yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people don't really care about it, but then also I've seen games where there's just no music, and I think it has a really big impact on like the like liveliness of a game, you know? I don't usually turn off game music unless I really don't care about the music, or like or it's a game that I've already played so much that I've heard all the music and I just don't care anymore. Like, I'll turn off the music usually on Minecraft or on Factorio and stuff like that. But usually whenever I play a new game, I always have music on because I want to hear the music. So I think music in games is very similar to like music in movies, where it's not like this thing that you're actively thinking about a lot, but I think you definitely notice it when it's not there, assuming you're not turning it off in the settings, but you know what I mean? Here's a question, probably Google. Assume with Unity, for example, you got to write new code for people playing on Windows versus Linux or Android. You do not have to do that. So I don't think you have to do that in Unity either. I've never exported to other platforms on Unity, but usually all these programs, I've never written a single line of code extra for Lurden for Linux. It's the exact same code because Godot handles it for you. And I'm pretty sure that it's the exact same for Unity. I guess that's not 100% true. There's like one line of code where I check whether you're on Steam Deck or not. That's literally it. But yeah, usually it's like vast majority of it is the same code, but you'll probably make a couple tweaks here and there for specific platforms. So if you're on mobile, there might be some weird like things you have to change with the UI scaling to make things more visible, or set up like some ways to click and drag things. So you're always going to probably change things around a little bit, especially going from PC to mobile. But otherwise, for the most part, you're not rewriting very much of your code. It's almost all the exact same. I made 50 tracks for Starground, and even I played the music off. Yeah, it's fair. I think everybody, I'm sure there's a wide range of people, you know, like some people just don't ever listen to music and some people always do. I'm definitely in the side of, I pretty much always listen to music. Let's see, I was a program school for like 2 years and we moved to databases and stopped coding. Oh, yeah. Wait for the answer? Yeah, no problem. I really don't know why this isn't lerping this volume back down to 0. It's kind of weird. Because they should lerp it down to 0 there. This is where it gets lerped back up. So if it's rainy or stormy, then do that. Otherwise, lerp the volume towards 0. But it's just not doing it. I'm not sure why. I mean, is it printing the code? Let's figure it out. So it's not running that line of code. So I'm saying if the ocean, it's not the ocean. Oh, it's just a fool. God dang it. I didn't say the region ID not equal, I just said and string. Now it should fade away. There we go. Wait. Or I think it is, it's just really slow. Yeah, it's fade. Okay, so another thing that I'm going to do is go ahead and start this ambience probably off at 0, if I haven't already. Which... Okay, I do the same thing here, and region ID is not equal to li region deep sea. So that'll make sure that you're not hearing that ambience right from the beginning. We're going to create our own ambience for this, so... Why are you playing? Why? I said, it's not ocean. And it's not deep sea. But if it's not equal to ocean or deep sea, that doesn't make any sense. It should be if it is one of those. I think I just messed up. Because it plays it there. But then if I go somewhere like the ocean, it's not playing. Let me turn up my volume a little bit. Then if I go to deep sea, yeah. And you do hear the ocean ambience fade in. But, yeah. Okay. So I think we're good. Because you immediately hear it in a place like the river, probably same with the lake. And not the ocean, right? Let's go ahead and say weather li, weather sunny. Just to make sure. Yeah, we're good. I get rid of the ambience here on the ocean because there's no birds in the middle of the ocean. They're probably, I mean, there's like seagulls maybe if you're closer to the shore, but it doesn't make any sense to have like birds chirping in the ocean. So. But it still plays the rain sounds and all that stuff regardless of the type of area you're in because that's a universal sound. Alright. Very realistic music game. It's gonna be like Persona games where music is basically a chain locking you into the game without you feel hollow. That's fair, yeah. Main menu ambience started. The main menu is it just like copies a oh yeah, it did start in here, didn't it? Wait, oh, I didn't check for the coral reef also. I think I actually decided not to do it on the coral reef because it's close to the shore. And I imagine there would be birds around a coral reef. But in the middle of the ocean, it doesn't make any sense because you're like far away from anywhere. Yeah, the main menu is just a duplicate of whatever happens in the actual regions, so I think we're good to go there. On the moon pool, does the bobber go in the water on maximum cast? I don't know. Let's go see. So there's actually a setting that I can change on this where I have like a range that I have set on each region for how far you can cast. So I think I can change that because I have this cast range thing. So it goes from minus 96 to 64. I think if I just decrease that, let's try like setting it to 0. I don't remember if I'm still using the cast range variable anymore. I think I am. But I think I can just decrease that so a maximum cast means going to the very edge of the moon pool instead of it going super far away. Let's try it out. I might have made it so those don't work anymore. So I might have to fix that. Yeah. Unless it is, I don't think it's working. What I need to do is instead of what I'm doing, or what I was doing, is like set like a, how would I describe it? Like a cast distance multiplier, you know? Just so a maximum cast is actually the back of the moon pool. So right now there's kind of no way to do a maximum cast into the moon pool, I don't think. Maybe if I go like the right angle. No. In the jungle, the minimum cast hits the ground. Oh, does it? Go try it. Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not really like a big issue or anything. I mean, if I just dropped my hook while I was fishing, then yeah, it would land in the dirt. So. It's a little funny how the bobber goes like above the trees and stuff like that. Might have set some funny depth stuff up to that, I don't know. I don't know, it's not a big deal. I kind of want the bobber to always be visible though, right? Because otherwise it might be confusing if you can't see it all of a sudden, or like where you cast it. So, when you cast, say proper English. Let's see, SCS, hello from SoCal, welcome in, how's it going? It'd be quite terrifying to, oh, I forgot there's no fish here, so. It'd be quite terrifying to be in a moon pool fishing in the deep ocean and see a fish splash into your building. It'd be like, oh god. I feel like the weight/go text should go in front of the weather thing at the top. Oh, does it not do that right now? Well, actually, I know why it doesn't do that, because the wait/go text is like a physical label inside of the world, where the weather pop-up at the very top is part of the UI. So there's not really a very easy way for me to change that, because I'd have to like change it to be a canvas space node, and then it'd be a whole thing. See, I don't know about that. I think it's pretty hard to cast up there now with the new way that I calculate your casting distance, though, as far as I know. But I don't know. Loaded. Yeah. The deep sea. So something I want to do now in here too is set a like default canvas modulate. And we have this right here, where if weather is sunny, do this, you know. If it's rainy, So I'm just going to make a check here. If current weather is equal to li weather underwater, then go ahead and say our canvas modulate color will be color dot black. Oh. Now this is what it looks like. Ignore the weird white borders. It's just it won't really matter. We're gonna light up the interior anyways, so. All right, so now we can go back into the deep sea scene and add in some lights. Not a sprite. Pretty sure you can cast up there on the lake, river, ocean, and coral reef. Oh, okay. Well, I can just adjust the area that you're allowed to cast it, and that should fix it. Maybe the point light 2D. So we're gonna go get a light node here. It's a little bit large. I might have to set up actually shadow casting on this because I don't really want this light to extend out past the room that it's inside of. So we'll have to see. This is what it looks like right now. It's pretty dark. Why is it so freaking dark? Well, we'll figure it out. I'll probably set up some little wall lights and stuff and have some more like ambient lighting in here instead of just one big light. But also, I think I'll probably make it so it's not just pitch black in the deep sea area. We'll probably go a little bit brighter than pitch black. I think we'll use like one of our dark blue colors. So maybe like this color possibly. Because I do want the player to see like a tiny bit of stuff around them. That's a little too bright. Maybe let's try this one. That's a little bit better, but it's still a little bright. So maybe let's try our black outline color. Let's see. Yeah, that works pretty good. It's maybe a little bit too black though. I'm gonna shift it to be a little bit more blue shifted. I think that'll be about right. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Alright. We can mess with the texture scale and stuff. I'll probably do like multiple lights that are smaller. I think would look better. So let's go back into here. So I'll probably have like a light there, and then do another one over there. Sort of like that. And then we have some ambient lights around and stuff, and I think it'll be fine. A little funny how the bobber can go up there. I just need to change the fishing area, the water region, a tiny bit. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I would love to do a shader effect that's on the outside of all of these areas here. Something I always wanted to do with Starground is make it look like the outside water was like all warbly and distorted because you're inside. But it was really hard to do that in Starground just because everything was like, the depth ordering of everything was very complicated. But with Learn In, I have very fine-tuned control over my depth ordering. Oh god, fatal error. So I think, what's going on? Okay. And I want like a water effect or some kind of blurry distortion effect, right? This actually works with mobile, pretty epic. So I'm just gonna copy this. And I don't know how this effect works. Is this using screen space? Yes, use screen texture. So we can just create a big color rect. Call this distort. Someone's live Says there's a sniper train in your position getting here now. Yeah. I've seen some really stupid ones people have done before. The one that I hate is when they do like it says like someone has gifted you a subscription as the stream go live notification. And I'm just like, that's so stupid. It's annoying. Screen texture. Hint screen texture. Filter. Linear. Mid map. Alright. Now I don't know if this is working or not. Does not appear to be. I love broken shaders. Oh. It's kind of working, but there's like noise for some reason. Is it because of mip maps? Should I disable mip maps? No. Why is it doing that? That's pretty gnarly, man. Well, I think we gotta go find a new one. Water plus distortion. This is basically what I want. I don't want the actual water part, though. Well, I guess it wouldn't be terrible to see the water. But you shouldn't really be able to see, like, the surface of the water. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like. I can't tell if it's even doing anything. Oh, here we go. I gotta add a distortion noise. It's looking a little funny there. Fast noise. There we go. So that is working there. Okay. And then water noise, which I probably won't do too much of. Water noise. So I just add some noise. I do to make this seamless. Where is it? There it is. Same with the distortion. Then now I should be able to set the depth on this, and I think that'll control what parts are actually affected. Yes. So I'm able to distort only the things outside of the facility by just setting the depth to 1. Crazy. Now the water speed is way too much. I actually don't really want any water. I just want the distortion. So I might just set the watercolor to transparent. That's a funny effect. It's got like 2 layers. Whoa. What is going on? Distortion force. Background distortion. It's pretty gnarly. It's kind of neat though. But it heavily distorts the color though. I don't know what to do about that. I just need to find a different shader, I think. I just want distortion. Distort. Distortion based on noise texture. That is a spatial shader. Does not work. Sort by canvas type. Shockwave. I just want simple distortion, guys. This is for a VHS shader. Here we go. go put it in. You can just store it down there. I feel like there would just be darkness and particles. I just wanted to feel like you're actually underwater. I don't know, like, if it would be technically scientifically accurate for there to be distortion if you're down under there, but what is eye resolution? Eye channel 0. It's a sampler, so I'm gonna assume that's a noise texture. Oh. This only works as a imported texture. Dang it. Why is it so hard to just find a simple... I might have to write my own, guys. Something like that. I don't want it to do any color changing, you know? Squiggle vision. Honestly, this could actually work. And then we just go into squiggle, give it a noise texture. Hello? Is the squiggle only things for texture? Does it even use a screen space? Now, I could maybe do this. Screen texture. And then just say, do this again. Hint, screen texture. Just do that. Whoa. But then it's like doing some weird scaling stuff. Well, it's probably because I need to say a screen UV. Okay, so I need to use squiggle UV. Yo, thank you for that, Drake. Good night, guys. My time has come. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. There we go. Look at a squiggle. Now, obviously, this is too strong, and I don't really want the FPS thing. So I'm going to delete the FPS. And we're going to figure out how to do it without the FPS. So I think I just remove that and stop flooring it. And then it'll be fine. Yeah. So I do need to slow it down. So say times speed, or just do this divided by 100. There we go. Perhaps even 1,000. Nope. Too slow. 100. Maybe 200. That feels pretty good. Jeez, that's fast. I can't type. You're all good. Let's make it seamless. And something we could actually do that I think would make it look more realistic is using cellular noise, because it's kind of like Perlin. And then we go into the fractal and set that to none. And you can see what that noise looks like. Because that's how, like, if you look at the way that water distorts, it kind of looks like Voronoi texture. So I think that's probably more accurate. But I think it's nice. It just sort of like makes things look more underwater coded outside of your building, I feel like. I mean, sure, it's not technically real. I don't think this would actually happen or anything, but it doesn't matter. Okay, I do actually kind of need a big texture on this. The seamless blending is a little bit funny. With this, I need a pretty big seamless, I think. So it'll be good. Yeah, I think it'll be nice. I'm gonna increase the size of this overlay so it's everywhere. Okay. So now we can go see what it looks like in here. Snooze the ad. 50 more minutes and I can finally sleep. Thank God. I just got a notification. Adagon has released a new game. I'll have to go check it out. See, it's a really minor effect, because when you're down in here, you realize just how freaking dark it is. Did it get darker? What happened? Might have to relaunch the game or something. I thought I just relaunched the game. Yeah, it's probably Adagon's game is probably for GMTK, is my guess. Viberside. Look at it in a minute. Why is it so freaking dark? I am setting it to this, right? It's in process world. Is it just dark? No, it's just dark. Oh, it's probably the shader that's making it really dark. That's fine. Yeah, because I think I ran into this issue on Starground, actually, with Tyria, where, like, it would look like way darker than it actually is. So there's, like, some weird things that happen with the shader. It's a little weird. Yeah, this seems to work, though. And then we'll fill in with decorations. Probably just going to be like rocks and stuff. I don't really think there's going to be very many plant life. I don't think plants can really live down here. Maybe some soft corals, you know? We could do some bioluminescent bacteria. Maybe we have like a deep sea vent also. You know, some of these soft corals live really deep in the water, like these ones. Like a chemical vent. Like, not these. Seafloor vent. Hydrothermal vent, like this. Usually these are very deep because they're on the seafloor, so something like this could be kind of cool. And yeah, bioluminescent bacteria. It'll be epic. I might make this water a little bit more transparent, possibly. Doing that. Oh, too much. And now I can see a little bit more. Yeah, I think this works. I'm gonna adjust the lighting a lot in here. I think, I don't really like doing the big, just massive light that covers everything. It'd be really cool, I think, if there was actually, like, some real physical light sources instead. And everything died. Let's check out this epic game. What? Oh, no, there's a... Don't worry, guys. I sure hope there's a volume slider. Whoa. That's pretty crazy, guys. Let's go turn off the music. Play Adagon's game for 40 minutes? Yeah, honestly. Got an OS. I always thought it'd be really fun to make a fake operating system. I've always really wanted to make a horror game that takes place on a computer like this. Because I think it's scary. Sometimes computers are scary. Especially like the really old operating systems and stuff. Like when I was like using Vista and it would just pop up with like some super vague error. It's like, what? I don't know what that means. And it's spooky. System mods. Is this an incremental game? Gameplay setup. Let's go. You got a vague error today? Oh yeah. Uh-oh. The OS has died. Infected by Hans. How do I play? Oh, I gotta crush the bug. So I don't want to crack my screen. What was that thing? Oh, okay, don't crush those guys. Oh no. Sorry, it's hard to... Oh my god, that guy's so fast. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. They're too fast, they're too cracked. I don't think damaging my screen does anything other than just act as like a visual annoyance. I think I can just kind of spam click. Boss. What is this big horse? Probably want to not sit on mouse in there. No, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I can't hurt him when the bugs are around. I see. Get him! Ah. I got 2 seconds and then... Too many bugs. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Get the bug! 1. I lost. Reverse buzz off, yeah. Ooh. System rando fatal error. It's all over. Let's see. Sorry, I couldn't read chat before, but yeah, you're gonna go eat dinner, play end stream. We'll see. I mean, we're still gonna go for like 50 minutes, but yeah. System mods. Cursor expansion. That would be quite nice. So yeah, it's like a node buster is what they call this. Wider catalog. Life. Tired bugs. At 1 second. Decrease field dimensions. Right-click abilities. I don't think I have any of those. Let's get slow. I can't afford it. Can't afford any of this stuff. Sure, let's decrease field dimensions. I don't know what that does. Reinstalling OS. So is my original OS gone forever? I don't know what these other bug guys are. Like, can I even destroy them? Or are they just like distractions? The bigger cursor size is very helpful. It's quite hard to click on the guys before. Oh my god, there's so many little bugs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop moving! I think it is funny that this is Adagon recording that. 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's see if we can get the boss. I feel like the game got harder. 5, 4, 3. Get out. Get him! Oh my goodness. 4, 3, bug. 1. No, I lost again. I don't know. I guess I just need to kill the bugs faster. Well, we tried. Do I get more score if I do fewer clicks? I wonder. I don't know. What is this sound that's happening over and over? There might be a bug. Do I have right-click abilities? Choose one upgrade before Zone 1 begins. I think there's a bug. It's okay, you just have to get out of everything. I don't know how long I'm going to play this game for, but it is cool. Book. Maybe I shouldn't spam so fast and I should like focus. I should like learn the patterns, you know? Fine. They all have like different vibes. Like this guy, these are like bouncers, right? So I can kind of tell what angle they're gonna hit. And then other guys do like, they go in little circles. A lot of bouncers. Yeah, see these are circle guys? 5, 4, 3, oh, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. The bug is breach containment. Yeah. Rebooting. That's what's nice about incremental games, though, is that even if you suck at the game, you can still beat it because you can just play for longer and you eventually get enough points. Choose one upgrade before Zone 1 begins, or choose 2 upgrades in each shop instead of 1. I'm assuming they mean I can buy 2 of these then or something? I don't know what that means. Let's try preload. See what that does. Is it going to show me an upgrade I get to pick now or something? I don't know. I wonder if there's an option to skip all the little animations and stuff. Oh yeah. Adds an offset cursor that fires with the main cursor. Right-click to repair every screen crack. Automatically destroys a bug every 2 seconds. Every 8 seconds, your next shot changes to 3 more bugs. Let's try double. Oh, I see how that works. It's like... I got another... It's kind of nice to have more area. Some of these bugs are insane, dude. This is what it's like working on Starground. There's so many bugs. 5, 4. Oh my god. Pop-ups. 5, 4. Now spam clicking is a lot easier. Boss, here we go. Get the bugs. Tap! Tap like I've never tapped before. We have to beat the boss. That's my goal. Tap! Don't go in the blast. I did it! I killed the boss! We did it, guys! Okay. Right-clicking area to slow and damage bugs over time. Whoa. Bugs have a 5% chance to drop a pickup worth 1 second. Every 20 seconds destroys bugs outside a marked safe area. The nuke. This one sounds cool. Whoa, big bugs? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Stage 2, guys. These guys are cheating, they're outside my playable area. What happens if those guys just like leave? Like, am I just cooked then? This offset cursor upgrade is pretty fire. Oh, they like wrap around, okay. Error detected. What? 2 game areas? Okay, so I see that some of these guys are like bad and I'm not supposed to click on them because I think they spawn in little like mini bugs. You think we can kill the next boss too? I don't know, guys. probably won't be able to. Oh my god. Let's go. Oh my god. Let's see how it works. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Get him. Oh, he's dead. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. We did it, guys. I'm too cracked. Alright. Destroy a bug every 2 seconds is kind of cool. Hits mark bugs for death. Mark spread and kill after 1 second. They spread. So I guess if you mark one, but don't they all instantly die? Unless there's bugs that last longer, I guess. Let's do antivirus. That sounds pretty cool. Do you think, surely I can't kill a third boss? Surely that's never done before in this game. I'm gonna go back to the upgrade tree and like buy every upgrade. God, there's so many horses. Oh. It'd be nice to have that revive upgrade right now. No! 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 Oh man, I almost didn't make it. It's a circle now. Oh my god, there's so many of these little horse guys that spawn in one part. No! Can't see anything. Keep walking in front of me. I'm holding in there. Probably like the first person to play it because I just got the notification, yeah. Wait for it. Oh my god. It's a freaking spider. My game is lagging. It's lagging. The audio is breaking. The audio is broken. Adagon didn't anticipate how bad I am with the game. Alright. We did it. Did I beat the whole game? What happened? Whoa. I did it, guys. I beat the whole game and I didn't buy any upgrades. Alright. Well, about a couple, but the offset cursor is too cracked. Hard mode unlocked. Bigger bugs. More bugs. Faster bugs. Bosses attack faster. Let's do hard mode. Can I get another one? Oh, and we also get the mirror. Oh, that is really good. So is hard mode like, do I still have my same money and my same upgrade tree, or is it like a completely different thing now? I don't know. I kind of want to like just die on purpose now because it's like I want to see what happens. It's really funny how the audio keeps clipping. Yeah, I'm sure this is really bad for the bitrate because of all the effects and stuff. Like, literally every pixel on the screen is moving constantly. The strat is kind of just spam. Just click and spam as much as you can. I remember I was trying to be like more precise before, but it just kind of is worse. Oh, I might lose it here, actually. Nope, still got it. Get him. We gotta win, we gotta win, we gotta win. Too many bugs, too many bugs, too many bugs. 9, 8, 7, 6. Can't see. Can't see a thing. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of big bugs.
9, 8, 7,
Come on.
5, 4, 3.
Cook. Literally cook, guys. I could kill these big bugs. Maybe we could do it. Ugh. All right. We gotta lock in. Every 10 clicks fires 2 homing projectiles. That one could get pretty insane. I think, yeah, let me do that since I'm just spamming. Yeah, literally just spam as fast as I can, right? This is a very broken upgrade. I'm just spamming as fast as I can and destroying everyone. Oh, that's kind of funny, actually. Maybe my auto clicker. And the audio is so broken because there's just so many sounds playing. I feel bad, I'm like cheating. Nah, I'm not cheating, this is intentional game design. So if they added it into the game, then I'm allowed to do it. Oh, I think I'm close. I'm close. Yeah. Alright, well, we didn't win hard mode first try, but it's okay. But that's a pretty insane... Oh my god, I got so much. So I still have my same tree. Okay. I see. Choose 2 upgrades every time. That's cracked. I have so much money, I can like buy everything. Oh my god. Missiles. Elites launch 4 enemy-seeking missiles when killed. Sure. Countdown. Add. Choose 1 upgrade to remove from the shop pool. Sure. Slow down the bug. Sure. Reroll? Sure. Sure. I think I've bought everything. Which ones do I not care about? I don't really care. I don't think there's anything I want to block right now. So I bought every upgrade already. Alright. Time to lock in, guys. Crack the wrists. Here we go. Are we still in hardcore mode, or like do we have to start from the beginning again? Should be pretty easy though, since I have all the upgrades. So we get to pick 2 now, and we also can reroll. Oh my god, so we can do double? Oh, I guess the first one I can only do a single one. I think we start at the beginning of the game again. No more elite bugs. Do I change the category? Well, that's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna... Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing. It's okay. Yeah, pretty fun game. So, good work, Adagon and team. Anyways. I guess we can, like, actually work on this little flirt-in game or something. I don't know. Turn the music back on. Alright, so we need, like, an exterior wall piece, I think. So we have these bits here. I think we're just going to do a gray wall. Let's see what it looks like. Building. Tile set. Is it already created? Oh, there we go. Tile map. Then we draw. Why is it super offset? Oh, because these tiles are not designed to have exterior walls. I forgot. Okay. We're gonna create a new set. Also, it makes sense that like this kind of building would have thicker walls anyways. It's like pressurized, so. Oh God, what have I done? What have I done? Which tile does this belong to? Oh, it's like in the cross. Makes more sense. Then this one. It's gonna go right here. Okay, so what we're gonna do instead now is extend these out all the way to the edges. Like this. This is gonna be a super beefy, strong tile. I think I accidentally moved this into the wrong location. The ultra beef. Thick walls for a thick room. Boom, guys. Crazy. Then also this way we don't have to do the unshaded stuff too, since this is like a very specific use case. So this actually is a win-win. All right, so this is the interior wall. So we're gonna replace him with this. Let's see, this is the right one. Sort of confusing. This one, then we need that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. And look at them walls. And then we can use these as the exterior pieces. Like this. Boom. Look at this reinforced building. Insane. I've been thinking about maybe doing like little porthole windows. That'd be cool. And I want to have some like supports or something down there too, I think. So I'm probably going to do some more variations of this wall. I don't know where to put these. Squeeze them in wherever I can. I know my tile sets are a little bit of a mess, but you know, it's fine. So I want to do one that's like this, where it's got like bolts, you know? Because if there's anything I know about deep ocean, it's that there's a lot of bolts. Something like this. So that'd be like the bottom like rim. So it would sort of be set up like this way, where we'd have these going along there. The spacing is terrible, don't worry, we'll fix it. It's because those are 3 or those are 4, and then those are 2 for some reason. I am epic for messing up. Oops. Oh yeah, I need to inform everybody also that the Minecraft server is canceled. I decided to cancel it because nobody's playing anymore, so I forgot to tell everybody. Let's actually do this. Let's do 2 bolts per. Can't you just change the right and left? Just make it closer. Ah, it's okay. I think I want to make the bolts larger, actually. Then, really all my lighting comes from this direction, so I should do this. Yeah, big bolts. Look at them bolts. Never seen a more secured facility. Okay, so this is going to be sort of the upper section, probably. We're going to have another one of these, like, beam-looking things here. Oh yeah. Now this is going to be the middle piece. So boom, fill that in. Yeah. Secure facility. Then up here at the top, I want to round things out a little bit more. So let's do that. I want to have those rounded out. So hey, welcome in. How's it going? And I kind of want to do maybe even possibly this. I don't know what tells me to do this, but my soul says to do it. And it's telling me to do this too. And it even told me just 2 seconds ago to use other colors for my anti-aliasing. I don't know if I should believe it or not. But it's my soul. I gotta listen to it, right? I don't know what color works best. I kind of like pink. It's kind of cracked. And that means I got to do it here too. So that's it's got to be around here. Sort of like that. Let's go see what it looks like. Whoa. Now that's pretty wild. Okay. I mean, I'm basically pretty happy with this. Put some portholes on the wall, and it's gonna be crazy. Let's draw a porthole right here. Well, we only really have like one tile to do it, so we'll just do that. Let's grab some meat. It'll probably be perhaps 2 tiles. I hope I'm not like making some horrific mistake in this tile set and I accidentally like corrupted the tiles I used for the lab already. Guess we'll see. Blue. Put those in. It's going to be transparent because, yeah, we're epic like that. Miscellaneous bolts. See what it looks like. Tile set, tile map, draw. Yeah, it kind of looks like garbage. It's hard to fit it in this space. I feel like I need another... Then I have to do the whole triple wall again, which is a little annoying. I can't really quite fit it in here. I guess I could do a vertical and just squeeze it in right here, but I kind of want to reserve this area more for railings. I don't know. I'll get rid of the little white bolts. I don't think they work. Then around here, I think round those out. Do some smoothing in. Change these to be that color. Oh, and what I could do to make it look sort of shiny is like it's actually glass, right? It's like do that. And now, boom. Pretty epic. Pretty insane. We're getting there. I need to do like an exterior version over here or something though. Like you're looking at the outside of it, right? And that would just sort of go into like darkness, probably. Or maybe just gray. Let's try it. So we'd have one there, and one there. Crazy. I need to adjust the shading there though. First off, God. Change those. Change some shader. Shading. Not shader, what am I saying? I've lost it, guys. Gone off the deep end officially. Oops. Fix that, and then make it this color. Take a look. Boom. We can do the same thing over here. Let's go take a look in game. Let's see what you're saying here. Later on, deploy lighter? What is that? For normal map painting in 2D. I've never done any normal map painting stuff yet. It does seem interesting, but I don't know. I don't know if it's quite the style of Lurden. I do think sometimes normal map painting can make sprites like a little bit messy sometimes if you overdo it. So. Because I think things are shaping up. I do want this distortion effect, I think, to be a little bit stronger. Which we can do. There's a strength variable here. Okay. And then we need different ambience down in here because it's really boring right now. It's just... which is not what I want, so. Also, let's sprinkle in a couple little concrete bits. I think doing like a little border around here would be nice. I'd like to have another tile variant of this that's like inlaid in instead of just a solid mesh tile. Because I like how I did all the tiles in the shop area. I think they look very nice. Let's see here. Also, we got to add in some like big supports down here, right? For where it like touches the seafloor. So I guess we can draw those in really quick. I could squeak them in here. Probably something like this. Then make this like a big block here. Right, like this. Big support beam. That'll work. Set to 50% opacity. Oh god. Delete. Almost maybe like to imply that this is like a metal beam. So we could have like make it like an L shape, sort of like this. And then we run a line across here. Right? You can kind of understand what shape we're looking at here. Then I'd like there to be a big bolt right here, probably. Kind of sick actually if it went out like that, but doesn't really work. Maybe not a bolt there. Well, actually, if you think about this, this would have like this, and then so Rich Wolf Shorts, welcome in. How's it going? It'd be sort of like this at the bottom, I think, of the beam. There'd probably be some kind of bracket, I guess, actually on the beam that would make it like, I don't know. Well, let's start with this, see what it looks like, and we'll go from there. And we'll have a bunch of these around. Right, like that. And it would be nice to put some shadows underneath the building too. So I'll probably do a big polygon region. And we'll just sort of draw in some shadows here. All right, just something like this. It doesn't have to be fancy. Not even gonna really see it over on this side anyways, so. Like literally right here, I'm just gonna kind of like go like this. Now, why is this not visible? Oh, is it because it's above distort? Is it because of the depth ordering? Okay, so it's not that. Would set it to 1, but then it's going to be above everything. So, oh, but I can do that and then put it behind building. Oh, so it's building at z-index of 1? It is. That makes sense. Call this building shadow. Set the alpha to, I don't know, 0.3. That just helps kind of build up this environment a little bit more. Sort of implies that we're like not directly on the seafloor, but supported above. And then I definitely want to get started on adding in a bunch of different rocks and stuff into here. Rock. I think I actually had a script that I applied to these textures, if I'm not mistaken, that I used inside of the coral reef area. And it's not affected by distort anymore. See, I'd set the start to 2, then everything else gets messed up. I think I just need to go into buildings, railings, or maybe just keep that at 1, but then just put these things all past the distort node. Like that. No, not as a child. Like that. Then, can I make the rock normal? No. Well, let's just do this. Ordering, let's set it to like 5. That'll be fine. Then distort, I'll set to 2. Water, I kind of want to be alongside the building, so it'll be like 4. Then these nodes I can set to like 1, and they'll be distorted by our shader. Epic. So, let's go look at that inside of the coral reef zone. Now, what is this script called? It's called random decoration. So I want to apply that to these decorations in here as well. Basically what it does is just kind of like randomize, like flips it. It also changes the scale and the modulate all just very slightly. So it helps a lot in making everything look pretty random. We're just gonna have some rocky formations around here. Actually, before I do all of this, I need to set an offset. Probably minus 18 or something would be fine. That seems about right. Alright, the building depth is funny, so I have to like position them in the right places. We've got some random rocks scattered around. Then I'm going to go through with smaller rocks. Let's duplicate this, call it medium rock. Yeah, I think we're going to basically just do a bunch of rocks down here. I don't want it to be like this lush, lively. It's the bottom of the ocean, so, you know. I do want there to be some things, like we were saying earlier. I think it'd be cool if we had some soft corals, because they can live pretty deep in the water, actually. Also, some bioluminescent creatures would be really neat down here. If you could see like a jellyfish swimming by or something, that would be pretty awesome. So, maybe. Let's duplicate this and call it small rock. Alright, scatter a couple of these guys around. And having that randomized script is going to make all this stuff look really nice when it gets randomized. So, you'll see. You'll all see. Kind of using that like clustering technique we talked about on one of the streams. It's hard to see with all the distortion, but we've got like the big clumps, and then around the medium, and around the medium is small. So it's almost like a fractal of rock. And I think that does a good job of making things look kind of organic. So let's go see what this looks like. We're not really going to be able to see most of this stuff, but that's by intention, by design. Yeah, it would be really epic if we saw some little guys swimming around. Some jellyfish and stuff. It's scary seeing the this place at the start. Yeah, this is what the deep sea looks like now. There's some scattered rocks around. It's not too bad. I think the distortion helps sell the underwater effect. Definitely needs a lot more though. I think I'll probably draw some soft corals. It'd be cool if I set up a particle emitter that would actually like make some like little jellyfish swim around and stuff, or see some little particles. Speaking of particles, actually, that is a good idea to add some. I'm gonna add a node here just for rocks, so it's not clogging up our tree in here. Put this behind the building. Doesn't really matter anymore, but and then let's do some particles. So something that's interesting about the very deep ocean is that the water is so dense that you can like see there's a lot of diffraction from the light and the water, which has always been kind of an interesting thing. So I think we can sort of emulate that a little bit. I've been doing kind of a lot of deep sea research, I guess, now that I think about it. Let's do a big rectangle. It's like snow. So I think we'll have all these particles slowly kind of go up. So let's say maximum of 50. Direction, -1. Let's say spread is a little less, maybe 25. So now you're going to see all these sort of particles coming up. Color, let's do a gradient here. So it'll stay white, go invisible, go solid, visible again. The time, let's say like 5 seconds. And let's lower the maximum velocity. It feels still a little fast, maybe 20. Maybe even still too much, maybe 10. I think a range of 512 is actually pretty decent for that. Now you'll just see all those little particles moving around. And For the color on those, I don't know exactly what color I want to do. But we could do a gradient just from black to white. That'd probably be fine. I kind of want to do more particles than this, but it starts to become a potential performance concern. Can't remember if, like, instead of the aquarium, if I used a GPU particle emitter. Did I? I did not. Though that's only 32, where this is many more than 32. 2048. So let's knock it down to 512 at least. I could go with less than that, 256. That'd probably be okay. So that just adds a nice little layer to it. I still want to do a lot more things. I think it'd be really cool to see, like I was saying, a chemical vent in one of these rock formations, shooting up a cloud of black soot. Be cool to have some bioluminescent stuff. Some jellyfish that swim around would be insane. So, a lot of things we could do. We have hit 4 hours, though, so I'm probably going to stream pretty soon. Something I realized I sort of messed up on this, actually. It was like, I was wondering what was off about it. I was trying to figure it out, and I realized my mistake. So we didn't do an outline. So let's do that. Let's do that there. Boom. That would probably also help on a lot of these tiles too, honestly. Like maybe move this section up. Just adds a nice separation between everything. Okay, now the deep sea. You can't really even see those ports from here, can you? Well, that's okay. But if you change like your resolution, then you can, so it'll be okay. And the distortion is gone? Oh, I just turned it off. See, it's funny how the distortion changes the lighting on this stuff. I don't know exactly what's causing that, but there's, for some reason, the lighting gets so much darker with this shader on. It must be something with the way that screen texture stuff works with lighting. Something I've always noticed, and it's always just been like, that is really weird. I don't know. But it is what it is. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Oh yeah, for rocks. Just forgot. Gotta say ordering Y sort. Let's also adjust the water region a tiny bit, since it's a little bit too big now. It's gotta actually be inside our water area. That would be nice. Oh, things are moving around here. So yeah, let's go to right there. Then what? This one needs to be there. Trying to figure out what's going on here. Okay, that goes on the very edge. Alright, that should be a little bit more accurate there. Probably won't see fish spawning on the floor anymore, because that was a little broken before. Cool. I think it would be cool to have some decorations kind of scattered through here, like maybe like some diving gear or something in the corner. I would also like this front area on the railing to be open, because right now it's not, and this looks odd to me. So I think I'm going to create some variations of the vertical railing here that are kind of like, you know, cut off. Let's see. What we have for distance? Should be 6 pixels away. Yep, we're good. So this will be the top one. Let's see. Something like that. And then just the same thing with the bottom instead. So this one you'll actually be able to see the post. I think the shadow would still be the same, as far as I know. I was doing 50% opacity. Yep. So you'd see something like this, where it's going to have a darker color. How tall are these? They go up by about like 10 pixels. Something sort of like that. Alrighty. And I think that's everything. And I'll probably just position these like this because it looks cool. Just like that. You could just have like a little post if you wanted to, technically. And actually, honestly, this should be a lot higher. It should probably end like pretty high up, like right there. I think that seems more accurate. All right, guys. We're getting there. I think this zone's coming along. This is going to be a lot of work. I mean, doing zones like this is always time-consuming. But over time, we're getting there. Let's go do this railing really quick, and then we'll probably end stream. Set those 2 tiles. So let's open it up like there to maybe around there. So we kind of have like that spot open like that. I think that looks nice. Let's go take one last look at it in game. The lighting definitely needs like more improvements. I want to have like things glowing and just like physical light sources in the building and stuff. I just think all of that would look nice. Yes. The deep sea. Now the moon pool is sort of a very tiny spot here. I do really like being able to see out of the building though, right? It's just such a vibe. So I don't want to like make it so enormous that you can't see anything. Because that would be a little disappointing. And I could see maybe shifting it over maybe 1 or 2 more tiles, but not too much more. So I'll have to set some code up so the maximum casting is kind of calculated differently on regions like this. Where you have a much smaller area you can actually fish in. Should be pretty easy. I'll probably have a vector 2, like just call it like cast distance multiplier, where it'll multiply, I always forget about this. It'll multiply the horizontal and like vertical area. It's really easy for me to do because I have a function to just like, I just use math to calculate the casting area. So literally I just multiply it. It's super easy. So I think that'll help. Yeah, there's a lot of new guys that we're going to do for this area. Oh yeah, something that I actually kind of want to check is the pots. Like what happens if I put a pot down? I mean, I think it'll work. Unless it doesn't. That would be bad. Tired. Only requires 100,000. I think I have the wrong cost set for this area. I don't actually have research for it. Wrong place. I don't know why it only costs $10,000. Is that much the ocean costs? Yeah, the ocean is cheaper than I thought. Okay. So we drop a pot. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good location. So we're good, thank God. All right, I think the other really big thing that's going to help with a zone like this is ambience, right? The sound. Because right now it's just ocean waves, which doesn't really make any sense because you wouldn't hear waves underwater. You only hear waves when you're above the water. So we definitely need to change that. I don't know exactly what the ambience will be down here, but probably just some sort of like generator humming and like some... Almost like I think the sound of like when you're inside of the tank menu. There's like the bubbling underwater sound. I have some sounds that I used in Starground for Tyria that I think would work really well. So I'll probably go import those. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna be be it for today's stream. Probably gonna go raid maybe Adagon, because we just played Adagon's game. So why not? But anyways, yeah, thank you guys for coming into the stream. Do appreciate it. Hopefully, finally, I'll be able to take a break and get some sleep. We'll see what happens. Tomorrow, I won't be able to get any sleep because I have a bunch of appointments, but I also won't be able to Thursday, so I better try for Tuesday. All right, let's go start this raid. Yeah, thank you, gamers. We'll be live again on Wednesday, 3:30 MDT. Yeah, I think we'll probably get this update out next week. I'm hoping for Tuesday or something like that, or Wednesday. I think it's possible. I just got to get the zone wrapped up and add in a bunch of new fish, put in the translation keys. Otherwise, we've got like 5 new ascensions, and I do want to work on a couple more researches too. Game. Let's go. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord, buy Lured In on Steam, and that's gonna be it. So thank you, gamers. See you on Wednesday. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.